be able to ensure a comfortable life in retirement for all members who are in the retirement schemes, but UBRA should also then allow and come up with mechanisms to support the players to be able to onboard all the smallholders, all the informal sector to come in and secure their retirement by participating and joining the licensed pension schemes in the market.
And so my thinking is that we need to support the institution, particularly Parliament of the Republic of Uganda needs to support resource mobilization for allocation to the authority so that the authority can continue with the widening the coverage.
People now, instead of keeping money in boxes, will keep here, and it is in the financial sector, and it's easy to tap in. And the cost of money will go down, but our investment in the country will go high. And I can tell you, if we make very good regulations, we will have the support of Parliament.
I believe that the next 10 years are quite pivotal. We've gone through the best building of the industry, and right now we are at the point where we have to be tasked with generating value for our clients and exhibiting relevance over the next 10 years. I'm very, very confident. In fact, I'm really proud of the work that has been done for the last 10 years, and my imagination runs wild. What is possible for the next 10 years.
And the other key achievement that or work in progress that UBRA is trying to do, which I again encourage different stakeholders in this sector, particularly Parliament, to support UBRA, is the coming up with a national micro-pension scheme. Uganda is, our economy is largely informal, and even within the cities, we have so many people who are operating informally, and yet they earn income, either daily, either weekly or monthly. They earn income in one way or the other. But if not well guided, and I think this particular scheme, the micro-pension scheme, would again help reorganize our people in the formal sector to put something aside. Because if you are in our market today, if you're a road vendor today, if you're a hawker today, if you're a border today, if you're a fisherman today, you still have that energy to go nearly every day in the waters and do fishing, to go to Nakawa market every morning to pick tomatoes, vegetables. But that strength with time, as years come by, begins to dwindle. That means the same basket that you can carry now, you are not able to carry in the next 5 years or 10.
So our focus, what really keeps us awake when I wake up in the morning, that drives my day, protection of members' funds.
So what I see going forward for the next 10 years is an organization that is efficient, that is creating value for the benefits. Efficiency meaning when I contribute, I must be guaranteed that 20 years from now, 30 years from now, when I retire, my money will be there. And ensuring that the monies that I contribute are invested in assets that will make my money grow. Not just putting in 1 shilling, and 20 years you're paid 1 shilling. When I put in 1 shilling, I should be paid 100 shillings at the end of 30 years. And that's the objective, and that's efficiency.
I think to the customer out there, who might not even think they're a customer because you ride a border, you are in the garden, you don't even have anything to your name, UBRA will find you wherever you are and will look after you, because it's their mandate to look after you in retirement. And they can only look after you in retirement if you avail yourself now. And all they want to do for you is to make sure that when you hang up your boots, when I hang up this jacket in retirement, UBRA wants me to live a fulfilled life, a life bereft of poverty, a life of joy and happiness. And UBRA works with people and different entities to deliver that. As service providers, I think we'd want to say congratulations again, UBRA. We feel the heat sometimes, but we are ready for the task.
As we celebrate, let's also remember that there are those who are not yet part of the saving culture, and we find ways of bringing them forward. I wish you a happy celebration.
As we celebrate 10 years of service protecting retirement benefits in this country, allow me to thank the Board of Directors of Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. You have been very instrumental and very focused. Allow me also to thank the staff and management of UBRA, You have supported the cause. Allow me also to thank my predecessors, the first interim CEO, Mr. Moses Bekavyo, the Chief Executive Officer, my immediate predecessor, Mr. Bonyi David Nyakundi, the government of Uganda who have supported us, providing us with all the resources that we need from the day UBRA started up to now, the regulated entities, the stakeholders, the fund managers, the custodians, the administrators. Without you, we would not be talking of structures of governance in this market. And of course, the members who are saving, who have trusted us, who have continuously saved with the different schemes. Allow me to assure you that as we deliberate on this direction for the next years of service, at UBRA, we shall continue to protect your retirement benefits. May God bless you. May God bless your families. May God bless our country, Uganda. Let us celebrate as we thank God.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
If I may ask, have you insured yourself? What if your worker acquired or contracted COVID-19? And indeed, we see that because of the negligence at the workplaces, that is how the person contracted it. And then we trace back and it's to the employer. Yes. Are you ready?
Hello viewers, welcome to yet another episode of You and the Law, the COVID edition, here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. As we've been doing before, we discuss about the law and how it affects the different aspects of our life. But specifically for this edition, we talk about COVID-19 and how it has affected various aspects of our human rights. And for today's episode, we are having a discussion on labor and employment rights. As you all know, most of us are working, some of you have jobs or in any form of employment. But the advent of COVID-19 disrupted relations in the companies that we work in, the organizations that we work in. We saw people being laid off. We saw companies downsizing. We saw people being asked to work from home and lots of things that really changed relations on, in the employment sector. And to help us unpack how COVID-19 has affected the right to employment and general labor rights in Uganda, we're delighted to have Ms. Lydia Bwite. Lydia is the programs manager at Platform for Labor Action. PLA, as we popularly call it, is an organization that works to protect and promote rights of workers in Uganda. Lydia, you're very welcome to You and the Law.
Thank you so much, Jonathan.
How have you been?
Thank you for having me. I've been okay. Yes, I've been okay.
COVID-19, your personal welfare?
COVID-19, I think it has had its share on myself, but also, of course, those that I work for.
And
overall, as you're going to, I will tell you their stories.
Yes.
Yes.
And in terms of your work as PLA, maybe you could actually, tell us what you do before then you maybe tell us how you've been hit by this virus.
Oh, thank you so much. Platform for Labour Action, like you said, we are a non-government organization. We promote and protect the rights of vulnerable and marginalized workers in Uganda.
Okay.
And with that, we also have accreditation from Uganda Law Council to be able to give what we call legal aid.
Oh.
Yes, legal aid to workers, these vulnerable workers that we say we represent. And those vulnerable workers, ideally, these are workers that include children at risk or those in exploitative forms of work. We have those working in the informal sector, market vendors, street vendors, domestic workers. We have plantation workers. And then we have the low-income earners that earn from 600,000 and below. And those ones, of course, you look at the teachers, the cooks, the security guards, name it, all those fall within our target groups.
Oh.
So, yeah, we give legal aid support. We also have what we call social protection support. And maybe to the person watching us today, legal aid is basically we do mediation, arbitration, representation in courts of law, in arbitration stations, and being labor, we use mostly the labor offices. We also use mostly the industrial court of Uganda, and a few cases in the magistrate court.
Oh, the industrial court, that's a division. Is it in the high court or that's magistrate level? What level is the industrial court?
It's at the high level. It's a division of the high court.
Okay.
Yes.
So you mean before, at the magistrate level, there's nothing for handling labor disputes? Or?
They are there. We have some legislations, as we are going to see, or some laws that concern workers' issues. For example, like the Workers' Compensation Act, it gives the jurisdiction of such disputes to the magistrate courts. You have the NSSF Act, it also gives jurisdiction of such issues to the magistrate court.
I thought you just jumped into the
No, we don't just
high
jump
court.
into it.
Okay, that's, I mean, that's a good, good one to start with. Just to understand really, because we're talking about employment, talking about labor rights. These are ideas that perhaps many people still need to understand. Like when you talk about employment rights, labor rights, what exactly are we talking about? What does it entail? Why should I even care about labor rights? Is that something I should lose sleep over? Is it a big deal?
True. True. Thank you so much, Jonathan, for that question. And maybe even to our investors who is watching this show elsewhere, even outside the country. Why should you care about the labor rights? First of all...
What are they, maybe to start with?
Yeah, I'm going to just come to just that. But why should we care? Because labor is a factor of production. Okay. So in production, we have this labor component, and often than not, when we are planning our businesses and everything, we never think about the labor force itself that actually is going to be doing this particular business that you're setting up, or this franchise that you're thinking about. So labor is a factor of production, but it has, and because it's a factor of production, if it's not well handled, it has a direct impact on the production, on the output. So if it's well handled, it also have very positive impact on the output, on the growth of every enterprise, every business that anyone sets up. So we need labor at the end of the day. So that's why you should care about labor. Going back to the law itself, as a country, Uganda is a very progressive country. Yes, when it comes to setting up laws and policies, we are a very progressive country. Even you're looking into the rest of the East African country, we are very progressive. We are a member of the International Labour Organization, and because of that, because it's labor, we have ratified, Uganda has signed quite a number of international conventions. And maybe to the person watching us, conventions are those internationally agreed upon, let me call them sets of like rules and regulations or laws. We can take it like that, literally. So those internationally agreed upon sets of laws and rules is that they give a basis upon which a country goes back and actually contextualize those rules into their setting. So going back to the country as Uganda, when it comes to labor and employment laws, we have ratified a number of conventions, but I'll not go into so much of details. I'll look at that nationally what we have here. We start with the Constitutional Republic of Uganda, because you see everything comes from the Constitution. We know that it is our supreme law. It's the parent of every law that we have as a country. So when you look at Article 40 of the Constitution, that is on economic right. So that's where this right to labor is well, it's introduced into this particular supreme law that we have as a country. So it's talking about the right to work, the right to work in a safe and satisfactory work environment.
Safe and satisfactory. That's the language of the law.
Yes, that's the language of the law. The article talks about protection of certain workers, like female pregnant, workers. That same article is talking about the right to associate. That same article, when you read it into details, that is where we, as workers, labor and employment, we find our bearing in the Constitution under Article 40. So it details everything, and then it goes ahead to give powers to Parliament to make laws to ensure that to set up I'll call it a favorable working environment for both the employers but also the workers as well. So from the Constitution, the law that we have that comes an act of Parliament is the Employment Act of 2000. We used to have what we used to call the Factory Act, but that was changed in 2006. And when I'll come back another day and I'll tell you why we changed it.
That's actually curious, because factory, then employment. So if I was working in a school, the law wouldn't apply to me.
It's because the law that was being changed at that time actually was a colonial law. So most of the worker, like the employment opportunities, were in the factories. So that's why we ended up having a Factory Act. And so it was what was governing the employment relationship at that time.
Africans are not doing
I think white collar jobs. So, but then in 2006 we see, it's also another history where we came up with these laws, but in 2006 we have the Employment Act of 2006. So this is now the guiding tool for any worker there, any employer there. Why? Because it is, we call it is like the basic employment contract between the employer and the employee.
Basic.
It is the basic. That law is the basic.
What does that mean? Basic?
So, like it sets the standard. You cannot go below that.
The minimum standard.
That is the minimum standard. For example, if they say, let me give an example. If they say that a female employee should be given 60 days maternity leave, you cannot say you get 30. No. You can at least say you get 80. So that's why we call it the basic.
The basic.
So every provision there, and you cannot contract out of that law. In other words, you cannot have a contract of employment that is saying this provision does not apply to you. Like, for example, you're not entitled to leave. No, that such a provision cannot be allowed.
It's illegal.
It's illegal because we have this basic, or the law that says the standard, the starting point of negotiation of any contract. Even if you are negotiating a CBA, what we call the collective bargaining agreement, for those workers in unions, they still use that law as the basic, negotiating tool that they have. So under this particular law, we have different rights set out for the worker or for the employee. So now we have to be very careful. We use these words interchangeably, but actually they mean different things.
Worker
and the employee.
And employee.
Yes.
Okay.
If I go in the market and I find a woman selling tomatoes, she's a worker, but is she an employee?
You tell us. So how do you transit from worker to employee?
That is why I wanted us just to understand that particular concept as well, so that when you define these particular laws, we know who are we talking about. So this, when we go about an employee has to have a boss. Let me use that literal way of, like someone they report to, supervisors, and everything. So this person, then the other becomes the employer, and then becomes the employee. So now that woman in the market who is selling her tomatoes, she's a worker, but she's not an employee.
We could argue she's everything. Chief everything officer. She employs herself.
She pays herself.
Pays her salary.
Unfortunately,
she knows when to work and not when to work.
Unfortunately, the principles of distinguishing between these two people cannot allow us to call her everything.
Okay.
Because if we call her everything, it will be hard when it comes to certain aspects. For example, we're going to talk about rights, and then we shall ask, and we shall go back, and you, our viewers, let us keep that in mind, that do these rights go to this particular person who is having their own enterprise? They have not brought any person on this stall to sell these tomatoes. They themselves are the owners, proprietors of this particular business that they are
So are you suggesting, Lydia, then that workers and employees have different rights?
Yes, they will have different rights depending where they are.
Okay.
Yes, and I will just highlight that when as we go on.
Okay. I know there are many laws, and you talked about the Employment Act.
Yes.
Or maybe any other that you want to?
I think I first do all the laws before I come back to the rights.
Yes.
So we also have the Workers' Compensation Act, like I shared. That one deals with issues to do with injuries in the course of employment or at workplace. And we will see what does it mean to be in the course of employment. You are traveling to work, or you are from work, you are at work, or you are protecting your employer's property and you're injured. So either it's injury or disease. You can and now where we are right now with COVID-19, this particular law has actually been put to test as we go on.
That's an important point. I think let's pause for a quick break. Then we'll sort of come back and build on from there, because you've touched on a very sensitive area around injuries, and we've had a couple of cases, reported in the media of people, getting injured. Viewers, you're watching You and the Law, the COVID edition. And today we are with Lydia Buite from the Platform for Labour Action, one of the foremost NGOs working on to protect employment rights in this country. Let's go for a short break, and we'll be right back.
When it comes to the law, we basically live the law, on a day-to-day basis, Whether it is in your bedroom, there is a law that governs it. If you're married, for example, even if you're single, there could be something touching on the law, because you might be in your bedroom with an underage girl, or you might be with another person's wife. All the things are the law.
If you're a human being, you have rights. Those rights are called human rights. They are examples: the right to health, the right to freedom from torture. That underscores human dignity. Freedom from slavery. You're not supposed to be someone's slave.
If you look at our penal code, it sets out another marriage laws. It sets out the persons who can marry and those who cannot marry, right? For example, you can't marry your close relatives. If you did, you'd be committing a crime.
The state is not supposed to tell you who to worship, how to worship, how many times a day. No, you have a right to work. The right to work, you have freedom of association.
Cohabitation for whatever period of time does not make you husband and wife, right? And that is why we emphasize to people that when the relationship is still hot, you must ensure that you do what? Marry.
Yes. For human rights to be respected, protected, and fulfilled, relevant government programs must actually work. Medicine should reach hospitals, oxygen should be there, health workers should have gloves, teachers should be present. Now they are mostly absent, and they have left the profession, a good number of them. They are into trading. So things must work. If things don't work, human rights are not respected, are not protected, and are not fulfilled.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television, coming soon.
Welcome back. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition, and today we're discussing impacts of COVID-19 on employment and labor rights in Uganda, and we're hanging out with Ms. Lydia Buite from the Platform for Labor Action. She's the manager of programs. Lydia, welcome back from the break.
Thank you.
Before we went for a break, you touched on a sensitive law around workers' compensation in Uganda, and highlighting how you could get compensated for injuries you get in the course of your work. I thought you could maybe carry on from there.
Yes. So that particular law is really focusing on if a worker gets injured in the course of employment, in terms of what are the obligations of the employer, in terms of offering treatment until he or she is completely healed. Healed. In fact, we have, you can offer treatment up to like 98 months. That is about 8 years.
Wow.
Then the responsibility to compensate.
Completely healed.
Yes, completely healed. You can heal. When I can heal completely when I have lost my arm, but I've healed, although I am now permanently incapacitated. So the employer is supposed to first treat me. I get completely healed, and then they assess my incapacitation, and then he or she compensates me.
And in all that period, you're supposed to be paid?
Paid, yes. Oh, I had left that one out, yes. During that period, you're supposed to be paid. That period, which we call temporary incapacitation period. That covers the period of hospitalization or any other period that the doctor and medical personnel has recommended that this person needs to be off work.
Oof.
So I heal, because there are people who get really sick.
Yeah.
Because it's not only dealing with injuries, it's also dealing with diseases that can be contracted in the course of employment. Okay. And that is when you look at the situation of COVID-19.
Exactly.
And we ask ourselves, are the employers even paying much attention when it comes to this particular pandemic and the impact it can actually have on them if the workers are not well protected? Because that same law also puts an obligation on the employer to ensuring the worker to ensure that
insure like the insurance company,
insurance company for the workers, for workers' compensation. So that in case you have any liability, then your insurers should be able to meet that particular responsibility.
Okay. Lydia, we need to switch gears to talk about COVID-19, but I thought, are there any other laws you just want to drop one-liners?
Yes, we have the National Social Protection Fund Act, NSSF.
Yes.
We have the Public Service Act. We never talk about them, and yet they are
that
also
for
workers.
People in government?
Yes, for civil servants, those who work with the government.
Okay.
We have the Occupational Safety and Health Act.
Okay.
That is regarding to the environment where you work from. Is it healthy? Is it is it the standard for you to be in as a human being?
That thing should be fumigated or what?
We shall see. Is there aeration or all those things? You have drinking water, sanitation, all those ones. That law looks at them. And then the responsibilities therein. What other law haven't I talked about? We also have the Minimum Wages Council's Act of...
I know you've been working a lot on minimum wage.
Yes, of 1984. So all that law is also there.
When are we setting the minimum wage for this country?
That one, I think you need to have a conversation.
It's a long conversation.
With
okay, so Lydia, you've given us a clear picture of what is rights are, and the law that provides for them, especially at the national level.
Yeah.
So then COVID-19 comes in and shakes things up. How do you explain to somebody, you know, the effects that the pandemic has had on employment and labor rights? What are some of the issues that have emerged from a labor rights, employment rights angle? Yeah, because I know you deal with these things on a regular. Yeah.
True. Thank you. First, even before I come to that, very quickly, we saw that in the Employment Act, that's where most of the rights are.
Yes.
So the right to be paid your wages is your right, because it is the contract of employment is that you work and you are paid.
Yes.
So that is a very simple right.
Yeah.
Work and you are paid. So the right to be paid.
Yes.
But we have also rights like annual leave. The right to annual leave. Every worker is entitled to 21 days in every calendar year to go and rest, refresh.
You're working on Zoom. You're already
So
home.
we are going to come to that. That's why I wanted to first quickly highlight them, so that we see how these rights, as they are right now, how have they been impacted, and maybe the employer out there, what can they do, you know, around this particular issue. Then we have the right to paternity leave. I said with paternity, 4 days for any wife. And note, the law is very clear when we say the wife. We mean the person whom you have, entered into a marriage contract legally, a legally binding marriage. Because in law we don't use the word wife to mean cohabitation. No.
So are you suggesting that if my girlfriend gave birth,
true,
I am not entitled to paternity leave? Do I cease being the father? Because the person who has given birth is not.
Actually, you don't cease being the father, but you know there's a way when the law uses a certain word, and if you are to interpret it, in fact, your employer, if they asked you for the marriage certificate, they would not be wrong, because the law uses the word wife, and we know that for one to be a wife, we know the different marriages that are actually allowed in Uganda. So you need to pay attention to some of those particular areas. But you have 4 days as a male employee, and your wife has given birth, you will be given. For the woman, we also have the right to maternity leave of 60 working days. 60
working days?
Yes, 60
Let's clarify
working days.
this. What does that mean in terms of calendar months?
Yes.
What does it mean?
So we don't include weekends, unless at your workplace, even before your maternity leave, you work 6 days. If you work 6 days ordinarily, then we shall actually count you 6 days. But if you work 5 days, we only count 5 days in every week, Monday to Friday. And also if there is any public holiday that falls within this period, we don't include it. So we don't include public holidays, we don't include weekends. So that is how we get to that.
So Lydia, in simple terms.
Let me also add something. 60 working days fully paid for.
Okay.
Yes. We've seen some employers who say, take off 60 days. You go, we shall fully pay you. No, 30 days. The other 30 days, we'll pay you half, unless you come back and work. There are such employers, but actually you do it, breaking the law, because the law says 60 working days, and those days have to be paid for.
Okay.
Yes, so that's the other right that someone has a right to rest. As they're at work, they should rest at least. You give them at least 1 hour of rest during their time.
Take coffee, lunch.
Take off. They also have a right to be paid overtime if they work overtime. And this one, ensure you as the employer, you need to ensure that, because we have seen the Industrial Court of Uganda setting for us precedents, you need to ensure that if a worker remains your employee remains at work, what are they doing? Were they able to deliver what they ought to have delivered in the 8 hours of the day? And if they are unable, then let them go back home. Because if they stay and sign out, if we sign out at 8:30 and I sign out at 9 p.m., it means that is overtime at the end of the day.
Okay, Lydia, so we need to switch to COVID-19 then.
Yes.
You've given us a very clear picture.
Yeah.
So how are these two mixed?
Those two mixed. So we started with the right to be paid.
Yes.
When you work, you are paid. Now, because of COVID-19, the economic situation has really affected the employers, really, because we've seen reporting of slow growth from the National Planning Authority, and indeed you can see it. So that has then led to violation of this right to be paid. I can tell you at Platform for Labour Action, 87% of the cases that we handle are non-payment of wages.
Okay.
So
That's huge.
Yeah, it's huge. And the employers are saying we are not making ends meet. So I need them to be here, but I'm unable to pay them.
Okay.
Other workers, what has also happened is that COVID-19 has, in fact, is coercing, if I use all those words,
Yes.
is coercing workers to compromise on their rights. One of the rights is the right to annual leave. Now, you have periods where you're being sent into lockdown, and workers are sent back home, and they can't act, so they are not working. Like, you expect them to work.
Yes.
We have seen those that have actually set up working from home,
Yes.
working on Zoom and
Teams,
all that,
yeah.
Teams and all those platforms that have come up. Now, but there are those other jobs that they need your physical presence for this work to be done.
True.
But you have a lockdown. The first lockdown we had was, it took about 2 months, 2.5 months, people were at home. And then when workers resumed, the question was, should they go, in that year, should they go for annual leave? in that particular year, should they go for annual leave?
Yes, very pertinent.
Very pertinent.
Yeah.
Now, the employers needed to, or you need to be able to prepare yourself to match this. You have a pandemic on one side, even it is beyond everyone's control.
Exactly.
And by the way, in most cases, employment acts don't have those provisions talking about those unforeseen events.
Yes.
In most cases, because normally those ones we see them in contract,
Yes.
agreements.
Yes.
But when it comes to employment contracts, we don't have those clauses. So now here we are. I've been two months away. Can I be entitled to annual leave? So what other employers are doing are that during that period we are away, you apply. Now it's forced leave, ideally.
Yes.
So we are seeing situations of forced leave. You have to be on leave. The moment you go into lockdown, you have to be on leave, ideally.
Yeah.
And yet, this right to leave, when you look at the law, it's telling you it accrues.
Yes.
This right to leave accrues to you. Every after 3 months, you get. Every after 3 months, you get. We expect that you go and rest. But here, at the beginning of the year, you have to go and be on your annual leave.
And normally, I think the practice in Uganda, people want to take leave when they're going to do a project or to rest.
Yes.
Now you're being just told, go.
You go. And yet in most cases, workplaces do not have leaves like a study leave.
Yes.
So if you're studying, normally people use their annual leave to go and do exams and all that.
Yes.
But here you are, the employer is saying, all of you fill in annual leave forms. Because you're at home and you are not working. So for us to be able to pay you and what, when you come back, no going.
And the employer has a valid point, no?
Exactly, has a valid point on the other side.
Yes.
But also, how about this right when I choose to take my annual leave?
So where's the mix then? What's the middle ground?
So the middle ground is you need to speak together as the employer and the employee. You should be able to speak because in most cases, employers do not consult, do not speak to the workers and say, this is what we are suggesting. And also you be fair. Because even you as a worker, you need to be fair to your employer. Because you're looking at the situation, they are paying your salary and you're not working. Isn't it only fair that at least you take off some of your days? And if you have such a time when you need leave, then bring it the notice of your employer and say, okay, that is a valid thing. But look, I was setting to have 5 days of my annual leave to do my exams around this time. So it may be your employer will also have it at the back of the mind that yes, this condition is, no one has control over it, and yet you already have this plan so that you are able to have a middle, sort of like a middle ground.
Lydia, that's a very fascinating point because I know leave is also a slightly controversial issue which has been abused to some extent by many employers in the country. But I think it's an important point for us to go for a break so that when we come back, we'll pick on how far we've come as a country, what did we do to deal with the challenges posed by COVID-19 on employment rights. So let's go for a quick break. We'll be right back. watching You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, and today we're discussing the impacts of COVID-19 on employment and labor rights in Uganda. And we're privileged to have Ms. Lydia Bwite from the Platform for Labor Action. Lydia, welcome back from the break.
Thank you.
So you left at the point when you're discussing this controversial issue of leave. I know it's a topic perhaps for another day, but we need to sort of have a deep dive then into what government has done, what initiatives have been put in place, and what your assessment of those initiatives is in the context of protecting employment rights during the COVID-19 pandemic. Because, as you know, these are human rights issues, and governments, have core obligations in this. So, first of all, what did the government of Uganda do to ensure that workers are protected in this period? And then I'll ask you, do you think it worked? Are there areas of improvement?
Yeah.
Over to you.
Thank you so much. At the beginning of the first, when COVID had just come, we saw a pronouncement from the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, calling upon employers to exercise humility.
Employers?
Yes, exercise humility during this period, because it was no one's fault, that is number one. But also, they sort of imply that if you are to terminate, please terminate within the right procedures. Now, because of this, and when we ended, I was telling you just a quick effect of this, we have seen very unfair terminations during this period. And yet, the government called upon employers to terminate using the right procedures of whether if you're supposed to give notice, you are supposed to give that notice before you terminate someone. So that pronouncement was there. And not to try to abuse workers' rights, it was there. But also we see that the government came up with a law, I think it's the regulation or a supplementary something, on the Public Health Act. There is a supplementary, I think like a regulation, control COVID-19. So that law requires that every Ugandan must wear a mask as long as you're out of your home. That is what. Now, how does that impact on the workplace here? Is it the duty of the employer to provide the masks, or is it that the employee should come with their mask? So some workers have gone on to report cases and say that, my employer has not given me, and the employer is saying, no, you're going to be terminated because you're not wearing a mask. And they have a right, they have a point on one side. We have also seen vaccination coming through. Now, government has put in place a vaccination that, for us to protect, which is the right thing, for us to protect ourselves from this particular pandemic that has come, we need to vaccinate. And I totally agree with the government. But you see, what has happened? They're telling some workers, if you're not vaccinated, don't come to work. But what happens when I have lined up for that vaccine, well knowing that as a country I've been struggling to get this vaccine? Are you terminating me? But because you've said if you're not yet vaccinated, don't come to work. Is that termination or not? So when we are going back, I think in terms of reopening, what the government failed to do is to also make it very clear. Yes, when should it be that a person who has not been vaccinated should not access a public place? That the government has not been very clear, because some employers are using it, or they are abusing this particular situation. Because we know very well that we've been struggling as a country to access vaccines. And when you say if you've not been, we saw letters coming through and say if you've not been vaccinated, please do not report to work. So what does that mean? It means that there is lack of communication between the government programs or the action the government is taking in terms of ensuring that we have vaccine as a country vis-a-vis the employer's action. So we need that to come out. We saw government, of course, coming through with the Economic Recovery Fund that went through the Uganda Development Bank. And it was targeting, of course, to liquidify these small businesses, well knowing that they're the engines of the economy. And of course, also we know that those small businesses employ, millions and millions of people. So that was supposed to ensure that now this worker who lost a job because of COVID-19, he's back to work. But you see, there have also been challenges in accessibility to this particular economic recovery fund.
Yes.
Equitability also has not been has been an issue around this particular issue. So we have seen even still small companies or the small and medium companies still not accessing this fund, and not their inability to access directly impacts on the workers at the end of the day. So we continue in that particular angle. And also there is an issue that we need to just talk about, the whole issue of now employers are also using this opportunity to abuse workers' rights. If you say you're not going to do it, Jonathan, there is 1,000 outside that door just waiting to take your position.
Exactly.
So everyone, you're willing even to compromise on your right. Why? Because there are no jobs. And the employers are using that as their road on. In terms of resolving issues, even an employer who is able to pay off 200,000 says that there is no money. And can go to the court and say, I'll pay 20,000.
Yes. There was this issue around NSSF. I'm sure there was an initiative around amending the law to allow people, access some of their savings because of the pandemic.
True.
I don't know if you...
yes.
If that worked as an intervention.
It did not work as an intervention. Allow amending the law and then people being able to access. No. In terms of midterm access to NSSF, as Platform for Labour Action, we introduced it. We worked with members of Parliament to introduce it in the bill. And our argument was, like you've seen it in the news, that, let people at least access maybe at 40 or something. Yeah. Or when there's this bad calamity that cannot allow people to work, ideally. But I think that we are still in the other way of thinking that social protection is for the old age. Yes. You understand, not covering all. So even when the bill that was passed by Parliament went before the President again has sent it back, of course, with his comments on the same.
Yeah. So Lydia, we need to, as we sort of come to the end, we need to look to the future. In the worst case scenario, we could find ourselves in a similar situation in 5 or 10 years. True. And assuming Lydia is the new, Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, or the PS in the ministry or whatever, what could be those points that you would push and say, as a country, this is how we should prepare for something of this magnitude? It may not be a perfect blueprint, but what are those ideas that should flaunt around, saying, if we find ourselves in a similar situation, these are my recommendations, or that PLA recommendation on how, you think that the government should protect the rights of workers in a pandemic or a similar situation in future. Worst case scenario can happen.
And indeed it will come. That is a given.
I don't want to be the one to predict
True.
it.
We hope that it will not come, but even this that we are going through right now, it was predicted that it will come. So we need to prepare better. If I was in that position that you have, envisioned at that point in time, one thing is that the law on NSSF needs to be strengthened. Okay. You see, social protection is not only for the old age. Why do you need to strengthen the social protection side of it, especially like NSSF? Why? Because if, let's say, imagine we had a withdrawal benefit of unemployment, a certain percentage that in instances of calamity where certain sectors are unable to work for a certain period of time, okay? Then this worker, the fund should be able to pay them a monthly wage, that goes into this person, like at least either to pay them that 10% or to pay them 5% their contribution to that, the NSSF, whichever it might be. Why? That way, workers would maintain their jobs. The employer would have no reason to terminate. Idea. Why? Because this employee is being covered during that period when even you as an employee you are unable, to make ends meet. You're just struggling to stay afloat. This employee is being covered by this saving that you've been making, both of you. Remember, both of you are making those contributions. So it is at such a time when they should matter most. That way you are protecting, there's job security for the workers, that when these sectors are able to resume work, then you just go back.
People pick on from there.
Yeah, they will pick on from there, and you don't have to lose your job, because what do you lose as an employer if the other person is covering this particular person for that period? That would be very, very interesting. I think the other thing I would do in that particular area, which even actually I wanted to start a campaign on that time, and I remember even Mr. Byaruhanga also proposed it. Byaruhanga is the
the
NSSF MD.
Yes.
He says instead of asking for NSSF,
Byaruhanga.
Yes, Byaruhanga. Yes. Asking NSSF to give you part of your savings, why don't you workers or employees tell URA to stop collecting pay for that period? No, by the way, when I looked at it, it was a fair argument, because employers are struggling to make ends meet. I'm also struggling to make ends meet. We say, are we in lockdown for how many months? 2 months, people are not working. Okay, maybe reduce. Okay, maybe you may not take it away completely, but you can reduce. So maybe if it's 30%, maybe you only pay 20%. We answer that 10% should be able to help you to cover other aspects. That will also be
that payee is for for the government to be able to fulfill on most of the obligations it has. So
that's why we should share it during that period only. When it is over, we go back. Okay. But the other recommendation I would actually make is around, generally, it just goes back, because the ministry you have envisioned me in is that covers issues of social protection.
Yes.
Generally, to prepare better, to have a systematic social protection system that really covers for such for such comings that we never
How would that
expect.
work? What do you mean market protection systems?
A very comprehensive one, because right now our system, we have the SAGE, where cash they give you 25,000.
SAGE is the social action.
The senior citizens grant.
Yes.
Where the old people get 20,000 shillings per month.
Yeah.
Okay, and then that's the only cash money that we are seeing. Now, if you have a system, the system looks at the different vulnerabilities that affect this individual.
Yes.
Because you may resolve my problem of money, but you not resolve my problem of health.
Yes.
So we need to strengthen our social protection systems. They should be comprehensive enough to resolve Lydia's problems as an individual, not as money, because that's just one need. Money is just only one need. That way, if you actually, in terms of investment, we just need to invest around that area, because then the workers will not have need. We will not be this saga where employers are now, they're the bosses, they're everything. They have become more bosses than ever before, ideally.
I mean, Lydia, those are brilliant ideas, but I'm getting worried about, the practicalities, because, I mean, we're 42 million, or even there, I don't know how many workers or employees we have in the country. So I'm wondering, on a practical level,
yes,
how would this honestly come out? Because we have more pressing needs in this country. We have to provide security, there's education, there's everything else that government is dealing with. I'm just wondering,
how will that
are we not putting a lot of is that a government mandate?
Yeah, true. You see, social protection doesn't only look at the money. You should look at the education, because Lydia needs education.
Yes.
Look at health. Lydia needs health. Look at what I'm saying is that the government should be able to properly coordinate or plan for this individual chronologically, that system, that the health ministry contributes, that the Ministry of Gender, they are speaking, that the education ministry, they are speaking, that at every corner we are actually speaking together. Because money they're in those different ministries, because it will not only be money for this, it's not different ministries. And yes, we have priorities of security, which I don't think that we are at war. Maybe we are at war, but we need to plan better in terms of planning better, but also to the workers themselves. I think also we have learned something.
Yes.
Let's save. Now that is not from legal perspective, but me being human in me, that let us save something, even if it is 20,000 every month. Save, because you just never know when you will need it. It's very important. Save. Let us save.
For a rainy day.
For a rainy day is very, very important. So the employers, how are our systems ready for these? Were they even ready, or even are they ready even up to now? Because there are those that, yes, we have the pandemic here, but still the systems are not they have not been built, to take up still such. For example, if I may ask, have you insured yourself? What if your worker acquired or contracted COVID-19? And indeed, we see that because of the negligence at the workplaces, that is how the person contracted it. And then we trace back and it's still the employer.
Yes.
Are you ready to be able to meet this liability? the government came out and said the treatment for COVID-19 is their government responsibility.
Yes.
But we saw people fighting. We saw people. I heard on the news, members of parliament saying that private hospitals were even taking people's land titles, to treat COVID-19.
Yeah.
But are we ready as the employer?
Yeah.
Have you ensured? Have you revised issues around work from home?
Yes.
Have you, the employer, included or incorporated issues of work from home? Because now the home has become a workplace.
Yeah.
Jonathan, I wonder if I ended myself from home when I'm working on a computer, whether I should ask for workers' compensation.
And then on a Zoom call and the baby comes there.
And then the baby comes. So it's very challenging. Are we giving the workers the tools they need to work from home?
Yeah.
Because there's nothing demanding me from work from home. But Jonathan, when I don't even own a laptop.
Yeah.
My employer don't have a laptop. So how do we deliver from
And
home?
our data costs in the country.
Data costs in the country are high.
Yeah.
We're even having a tax apparently. I didn't know until when I was told so. So we need to be ready as a country, as employers. We need to be ready. We need to revise our human resource manuals to take into consideration such happenings that may come at any given point. But also looking at the new phenomenon is that a home as our workplace. Yes.
Okay. I mean, Lydia, so many things to talk about, but I think viewers, the most important point for me from Leader One, besides your employer, you need to prepare yourself. Do a bit of savings. She mentioned another one of the importance of marrying if you want to enjoy paternity leave, because you may not get it if the person is just, without legal status. But more importantly, Lydia has emphasized the need for government to, regulate the employment sector, put in place safeguards to ensure that when we find ourselves in such a situation again, we have a well thought out plan that can enable the country to protect the rights of its workers, because, like you say, labor is a factor of production besides land and capital, and without labor, there's nothing. The economy is dead. With that, viewers, we come to the end of today's edition of You and the Law. I've been your host, Jonathan Ochom, and I've been with Lydia Buite from the Platform for Labor Action. Special shouts to our sponsors, Legal Hub Uganda and I4C Africa Hub, for putting this together. Until next time, see you.
At the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand. Yes. Remember Prince? Yes. Prince.
Working.
Yeah.
But first of all, if you're passionate about what you're going to do,
Yeah.
I believe in all work we do mistakes. So my first experience at work was when I reached at work. You have to be confident when you're doing something, even if it's wrong. In our industry, you have to be confident. Once you're confident, you give support of it.
Yeah.
So my first cup to make was for a customer, and I made a mistake on it because the waitress came and gave me a cappuccino single. I made it and gave it to her. Then she told me, no, the guest wanted a flower on it. I could not make a flower. So I said, what I've given you is what is supposed to go. I cannot make another cup of coffee. Yeah. Please take that to a customer. If he calls me, I'll explain why. So that's how I started. Yeah. But to me, when you love what you're doing, even when you make mistakes, still you will support that mistake and it will go. So I have love for the coffee, for the industry. I have love for what I'm doing, and when I'm on the station, trust me, I don't want anyone to disturb me. Even if you are home, even if you are the boss, once I'm in my bar, it is my turn. It's your area. Wait for my shift to get done, then you can bring me a coffee.
Interesting. If you're watching us, this is House of Talent, the coffee break. We are having some fun with Isaac and Charles here. Charles telling us about his first experience, and he was supposed to make a certain cup of coffee, which he did not do, but these are the different experiences that we have. So if you're a barista and it's your first day on the job, relax. You got this. Have some confidence. We have you here at the coffee break, and we're going to take a break right now. But when we return, we still have that part of we're going to brew a cup of coffee, which I believe is going to be very tasty. And we'll also be talking about how can we set up a successful coffee business, which I think very many people are trying to get into right now. So we'll take a break right now. This is the coffee break on House of Talent Television.
sector is not yet fully utilized, because not everybody can be employed by government. And we are looking at a future whereby more people are employed in the private sector than in government. So I think if we all work hard, if we all work together and invest in the right areas, there's been a lot of talk about value addition in the agriculture sector, in the mineral sector. If there is enough investment in those areas, I think it can create enough jobs for our children and grandchildren.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to take you to question number 4, Andrew, which is, let's talk about your journey at City Hall and the foray into the Executive Director's office, which is as Andrew Chitaka,
Very
and
interesting.
as well as the Director Engineering.
Very interesting. I joined KCCA on 1st November 2011. And before then, I was
for so much. CEO of whatever. They give so much.
This is the reason why you are actually on the bench.
Because of my credibility. Thank you so much. But now they attack you, they vilify you. And the goal is to weaken you financially. Is to weaken your honor. These are slanderers. So I'm glad that someone would stay up at night to ask and learn about me. And I pray that in the next 2 months, because I know many Ugandans who travel overseas, when they go there, one of the things, because the media has been so much, and Sam Kutesa, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, has really not done a good job. He has dropped the ball on this issue. Why? So many of us are being accused of being gay killers, including me. You've just heard that person. Uganda is being accused that we kill gays, which actually is absolutely untrue. And because of this, it has affected our tourism. It affects people who go overseas to do work or study. It affects whenever you go to a conference. Hi, my name is Eddie Okiela. Where are you from? I'm from Uganda. Oh, you are the gay killers. And then you begin to describe. So one of the things that I've done is I've written a book, which should be coming out. I know that I keep saying the same thing, but the work of doing a book takes a long time, and I wish I could be supported. You know, many people who write on this subject, like Sylvia Tamale, she's supported by the Rockefeller Foundation, Carnegie Foundation. There is money.
Is a very big brand, and as we go on, we will probably discuss the things we're trying to do to see that things change for the better.
Good. Sean, on the CEO bench, for everyone who is following, we're live on our YouTube studio where we actually stream from. So YouTube studio, for everybody asking for a link, is actually House of Talent Uganda.
Confident in themselves and what they are offering. I think that's the biggest problem. Like, women will easily settle for a less pay than men would.
Okay. Mona Onyaitodeke goes on to say, I think this is a comment, says, I didn't know that beauty products are taxed at 60%. Whoa.
They are. I pray that changes soon, but they are.
Okay. So with that challenge of 60%,
setting up the company, you're doing tours all across the world. You know, a personal account is great, but how these things are taxed becomes important for your business later on. As soon as you cross that threshold of 50 million a year, you know, you're now in
the interest become more shares.
Yes.
Kosi kuno oku
Omosai kwewaiwa ego logosa oko kwe kukuma bulijo oko kwe kukuma ntambulanga sitya Romosayo kwaika na tukula da ichigambo cho Yesu mwemuli amanyi akokeka kuma bulijo akokeka kuma ntambula kasita Romosayo kwaika no tukula da chikambo cho Yesu wemuli amanyi ako gekakuma mulijo ako gekakuma mulijo ako gekakuma mulijo ako gekakuma ntambula kasita Romosayo kwaika na tukula da chikambo cho Yesu mwemuli amanyi akokeka kuma bulijo akokeka kuma To worship you, I live. To worship you, I live to worship you. To worship you, I live. To worship you, I live to worship you. Holy Spirit, to worship you I live, to worship you I live to worship you. To worship you I live, to worship you I live to worship you. Oh, 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 Who am I that you mindful of me, that you hear me when I call? Oh, oh, yeah. Is it true that you are thinking of me? How you love me, it's amazing, so amazing. I am afraid of God. I am afraid of God. Oh. I am afraid of God. He calls me friend. Oh, I am afraid of God. Yeah, I am a friend of God. Hey, hey, I am afraid of God. He calls me friend. Yeah. Is it true that you are thinking of me? Yeah. How you love me when I call? Yeah. Is it true that you are thinking of me? How you love me, it's so amazing, amazing. It's so amazing when you call me friend. I am afraid of God, afraid of God. Yeah, I'm a good friend of God, yeah. I'm a friend of God. He calls me friend, yeah. I am a friend of God, yeah. I'm a friend of God, yeah. Ooh, I'm a friend of God. He calls me friend. Tambula nangi, samo tambule. On this journey that I'm taking now, Shabo tambule nange, ha, tambula nange, Shabo tambule nange, mulukendo luamvu, mumakuwa mwepita, Shabo tambule. Tambula again, Sabo tambula again. All this journey that I'm taking now, Sabo tambula again, tambula again, Sabo tambula. Ulokelo luwavo, ubakubo chapita, nsabo tambule ganage. To worship you I live, to worship you I live, to worship you. To worship you I live, to worship you I live, to worship you.
Hello, whoever is watching me right now. My name is Richard Kosenza, and I'm happy. I'm happy to be with you. I'm happy to be online. I'm a gifted soul that is really yearning to serve God, to minister unto the God's people, and I'm really, I'm privileged to be in this place, and I'm so happy to be part of this generation. I believe there's so many people that is really out there, and they really want to feed from what I have on the inside of me. And I'm so grateful for my life. Such a great privilege to be here. I want to thank God first of all. I want to thank God for my life, basically, and I'm so great. I'm grateful that there's so many people that are watching me right now that are gonna be benefiting from my story, and I just want to take a few brief story about my life. I'm actually the second born in my family, and I'm a Christian. I love God. Yes, I love Jesus so much, and I'm a worship team leader and a worshiper. I serve God, and I love people. I love making new friends. I love this baby here. I love the guitar. So just like I said, I'm a second born in my family. I'm a Christian, loving God, and I have a small business that I run that is really trying to make an ends meet, and there's so much in my background that people don't know. I actually worked at a Nero coffee shop. I'm a barista professionally, but of course I had to live in Nero, and I felt this call from God, and God was really calling me to serve him. But of course, God doesn't call you just to serve. There's so much we can do. There's so much potential that is on the inside of us. For the Bible says in the book of Genesis, chapter Genesis 1:26, yes, for he gave us the authority. There is so much authority on the inside of us to do great and mighty things. Trust me, things are not so easy, but I mean, with God being the backbone of everything that we do, I mean, He serves because, I mean, He makes us the stewards to serve Him, you know. And I'm here to encourage someone. I've had so many stories of many Christians really breaking down. I mean, when they're jobless, they don't have so many things to do. Then they'll be like, okay, I'm coming to serve God, but how will I survive? I'm here to give someone hope that there is life and in full abundance. See, when you serve God, trust me, He'll always make a way. There is a way. He's gonna make a way where there seems to be no way, because He's a God that provides. Yeah, and I'm here to speak on behalf of those people that are really struggling. Yeah, sometimes it might not even have capital to start up a business or be employed somewhere, hired somewhere. But trust me, there is life in Christ as long as you know Him, as long as you can hearken to His voice. Oh, brother. I mean, as long as you offer yourself unto Him, He's gonna minister unto you. The same way we get ministered unto the people is the same way He's gonna be ministering unto you. And right now, of course, I'm doing ministry. I serve with Faith Life Fellowship. I also serve with Chevando Baptist Church. Okay, I serve with Breakthrough Ministry as well. So there's so much that God has in stock for you. So don't give up, don't give up, my brother, my sister, my family. Don't give up. There's a way. God still has a way. Amen. God has a way. Okay. I want us to do this simple short chorus, and we go out for a break. Because the song says we're moving forward. So I wouldn't really want to end it without getting the message.
What a moment you have brought me to, such a freedom I have found in you. Yeah. I'm not going back. I'm here to declare to you that my past is over in you. All things are made new. Surrendered my life to Christ. I'm moving forward. Yeah. You've risen with all the power in your hands. You've given me a second chance. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Yeah. I'm not going back. I'm here to declare to you that my past is over you. All things are made new. Surrendered my life to Christ. I'm moving forward. Yeah. I'm moving forward. Yeah. 'Cause you make all things new. Yes, you make all things new, and I will follow you forward. Yeah. You make all things new. Yes, you make all things new, and I will follow you forward.
Wow, I hope you've enjoyed that song, and let us go for a short break. We shall be back. Thank you. Yes, hello, welcome back from that short break. My name is Richard Kosenza. Yeah, I'm gonna take you on my journey through the musical experience, and I believe you are enjoying. Okay, excuse me. I love you, Lord, for your mercy never failed me. In my darkest night, you were close like no other. From the moment that I wake up until I lay my head, and I will sing in the goodness of God. All my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so good. With every breath that I am able, oh, I will sing in the goodness of God. I love your voice. You have led me through the fire. In my darkest night, you were close like no other. I've known you as a father, I've known you as a friend. I will sing in the goodness of God. All my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so good. With every breath that I am able, oh, I will sing in the goodness of God. Yeah. Your goodness is running after me. Your goodness is running after me. With my life laid down, I surrender now. I give you everything. Your goodness is running after me. All my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so good, yeah. With every breath that I am able, oh, I will sing in the goodness of God. Your goodness is running after me. Your goodness is running after me. Your goodness is running after me. With my life laid down, I surrender now. I give you everything. Your goodness is running after me. All my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so good. With every breath that I am able, oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. Oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. Oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. I'd like to sing this song. It's my favorite song. Someone might ask me why. It's basically because, I mean, John chapter 3, the Bible says in the book of John chapter 3, verses 16, that for God so loved this world so much that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever, whosoever, it doesn't mean that he only came for the sinners, not the people with unbelief. I mean, every person. That's why the scripture stresses it forth that whosoever believes. I mean, as long as you believe. I've seen many non-believers really believing at some point, and they might not really confess it or speak it, but I mean, I've had stories. Someone would say, I mean, they might not even speak it, but the moment they focus on it, that's already an assurance. So that's why the Bible says that for whosoever believes shall not perish but have everlasting life. My goodness. So I'm gonna do my song, and I hope you enjoy it. Of course you will enjoy it. Okay. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whatsoever believeth shall not die, but have everlasting life. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whatsoever believeth shall not die, but have everlasting life. Kuno mukwano kwa Yesu namungi, omukwano kwa Yesu namungi, gunyambye gw'amaanyi gumala, gunyambye kunkyusiza buli munda. Kuno mukwano kwa Yesu namungi, omukwano gwa Yesu namungi, gunyambye gw'amaanyi gumala, gunyambye kunkyusiza buli munda. Singa tekwali mukwano gwa Yesu, singa tekwali mukwano gwo, mazima nandibaddewa mu nserembi bw'eti, neerabisa byonna. Guno mukwano gwa Yesu namungi, omukwano gwa Yesu namungi, ze gunyambye gw'amaanyi gumala, gunyambye kunkyusiza buli munda. Guno mukwano gwa Yesu namungi, omukwano gwa Yesu namungi, gunyambye gw'amaanyi gumala, gunyambye kunkyusiza buli munda. Wow, wow, wow. that is so beautiful, that is so beautiful. I also want to do another song that I had to write. First of all, many people don't know that I'm a music songwriter, singer. It is my song, so I'm going to do the original song, just like the previous song that I'm from doing. Yeah. So it has an inspiration of where really God has brought me, and I had to sit down and like, God, you're really faithful. Yeah, you're faithful to me. So please enjoy. I could have been imagining that his name has never existed. Could have been so confused to know his ways are real, and I could have been waiting for so long to try and follow you. Could have been sleeping tight to have put my mind away. But God is faithful, oh, our God is everywhere on earth, 'cause it's there for you and me, so give Him praise. God is faithful, oh, our God is everywhere on earth, 'cause it's there for you and me, so give Him praise. I could have been sanctified of the evil and forget about His grace. I could have been sore and doubtful to know His word is true, and I could have been waiting for my life long. Forget my heart is great. I couldn't have no place to be when His arms were open wide. But God is faithful, oh, our God is everywhere on earth, 'cause it's there for you and me, so give Him praise. God is faithful, oh, our God is everywhere on earth, 'cause it's there for you and me, so give Him praise. God is faithful, oh, our God is everywhere on earth, 'cause it's there for you and me, so give Him praise. God is faithful, oh, our God is everywhere on earth, 'cause it's there for you and me, so give Him praise. Oh, oh, oh. Eh, 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 eh. God of wonders beyond the galaxy, yeah. You are holy, holy. Universe declares your majesty, yeah. You are holy, holy. God of wonders beyond the galaxies, oh, you are holy, holy. Universe declares your majesty, oh, oh, you are holy, holy, yeah. God of wonders beyond the galaxy, you are holy, holy. Universe declares your majesty. You are holy,
Hey! Holy Lord of heaven and the earth. Hey. God of heaven and the earth. God of heaven and the earth. God of heaven and the earth. God of heaven and the earth, the universe. God of wonders beyond the galaxy. You are, you are, you are, you are, you are, you are. Universe declares your majesty. Yeah. You are holy. Da 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 da. Oh 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 oh. Da 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 da. God of wonders beyond the galaxies. You are, you are, you are, you are, you are, you are, you are. The verse declares your majesty. You are, you are, you are. You are, you are, you are, you are. God of wonders beyond the galaxy. You are holy, hey, oh, God of wonders beyond the galaxy. You are holy, holy. The universe declares your majesty. You are holy, holy. My Jesus. I hope everyone is enjoying me right now. How I wish you guys were here. But I believe you're enjoying it at the same time. Please let us go for a very short break. Let's come back.
When you start a project, definitely, if it's a good idea, it has gone through the development process, then you start what we call in fundraising. As an institution or even an individual who has a creative project, there is what they call fundraising, and that is if it's a public good, it's a common activity. If it's a business, that's a different thing. So when you're doing a business, creative business project, you're not asking for funding, you're asking for investment. People just get turned off by just being asked. You know, you just come and say, Paizo, give me money. I'm like, who are you? You know?
Why should I give you?
Why should I?
What is it?
How do I get them to know that I exist? You're not asking yet, but you're you're just trying to check in, to test the waters and see how whether it's possible. I've met Faisal, I know Eddie, I can, we've had a conversation, I trust what he's going to do. Yeah. So that trust is built within that asking. Honestly, the money is there. There's a lot of money, and those who know how to find it, they always find it. But then you find others saying, oh, that one is taking our money. Yet you didn't make an effort to find it. We have sleepless nights. I wake up at 2 a.m. to write applications, proposals. I try to balance my office daytime and my fundraising time and all the other things. So you really have to make an effort. The US has just put out a call. The State Department has just put out a call for support for a collaborative grant between the US and Uganda. It's for institutions, it's for individuals, for practitioners that are interested in exchanging ideas and knowledge between US and Uganda specifically. And it's quite between $5,000 to $50,000. So it's available. I talked about earlier about the SCP fund, which was it was introduced already here in Uganda before COVID, I think. And finally, we got British Council and HEVA managing this fund for East Africa. So if the call is almost out, I think they'll put it out in May or June. And when that call comes out, you can apply for like 180,000 euros for 3 years, that you can do whatever you want to do. It's both institutional and for individual projects.
Please share it far and wide. We are live on YouTube, on Facebook, and on Twitter. And this information will always remain there. You can watch the show anytime. You can share it far and wide. And Faisal will be back here next week. We'll be talking about investment into the creative industry and how we can go about it and who needs what, where, when, how. We'll be talking about it next week. Until next week, Enyo Killer, Faisal Chiwewa, the founder and the CEO of Baobab Foundation, we're signing out on the Creative Talk.
We go to A sharp slightly. Oh, I'm good to go.
You are alive.
Praise you, Lord. Praise you, Lord. For you are good. You are good. Forever we will dance and sing. For you are good. You are. Yeah, I'm good to go. Whom the sun sets free is free indeed. Whom the sun sets free has liberty. Your love has taken chains of me. Whom the sun sets free is free indeed. Whom the sun sets free has liberty. Your love has taken chains of me. Oh, I praise you, Lord. I praise you, Lord. For you are good. You are good. Forever we will dance and sing. For you are good. You are good. I praise you, Lord. Praise you, Lord. For you are good. You are good. Forever we will dance and sing. For you are good, you are good, yeah. Like I said before, my name is Richard Kosinza. And on Facebook, you can Google, you can type in Kosinza, Richard. And my number, I think 070
4 16 65 97. Mu Uganda +256 704 16 65 97. If you, in case you want to learn guitar, in case you want to sing like the way I do it, you can just holler me and we make a program. So I'm just gonna do this another next beautiful song that I love so much. Higher than the mountains that I face, coasting through the trials and the change. There's one thing remains, one thing remains. Your love never fails, never gives up, never runs out on me. Your love never fails, never gives up, never runs out on me. Your love, your love, yeah. On and on and on and on it goes. For it overwhelms and satisfies my soul. And I never ever have to be afraid. Woo! There's one thing, yeah, remains, yeah. There's one thing, yeah, remains. Your love never fades, never gives up, never runs out on me. Your love never fades, never gives up, never runs out on me. Your love never fades, never gives up, never runs out on me. Your love, 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 your love. Woo! Your love, your love, your love, your love. His grace, His grace, His grace, His grace. Woo! Your love, your love, your love. Hey, your love, your love, your love. His love is great, His love is great, His mercy is great, His grace is greater, His grace is greater. Your love, 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 your love. On and on and on and on it goes. For it overwhelms and satisfies my soul. And I never ever have to be afraid. There's one thing remains, one thing remains. Your love never fails, never gives up, never runs out on me. Your love never fails, never gives up, never runs out on me. Your love. Alright, I'm just going to do one last song. Song says your presence is enough. Yes, as I end, as we practice, as you watch me, as you sing, as you minister, as you do whatever you do, by the Twino caller, you have to work. One of the solutions that I've come to realize to avoid poverty, we have to work. Yes, many people think it's just ministry. Yes, there is ministry, but you have to work. So as we work, as we meditate, as we think, as we do sorts of things. Let us work, let us worship, let us minister, and God will take you places. I want us to end with this song. It's called Your Presence is Heaven to Me. Indeed, if it weren't for God, where would I be? You wouldn't be seeing me right now.
Who is like you, Lord, in all the earth? Much less love and beauty and less worth. Nothing in this world will satisfy. Jesus, you're the cup that won't run dry.
One more time.
Who is like you, Lord, in all the earth? Much less love and beauty and less worth. Nothing in this world will satisfy. Jesus, you're the cup that won't run dry. Oh, your presence is heaven to me. Oh, your presence is heaven to me. Treasure on my heart and on my soul. In my weakness you were merciful. Redeemer of my past and present wrongs. Oh my God. You're the holder of my future days to come. God, your presence is heaven to me. Oh, God, your presence is heaven to me. To me. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Your presence is heaven to me. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Your presence is heaven to me.
Lord, I thank you for such a beautiful day as this. Thank you for an opportunity. I want to thank you for your love, for your loving kindness. I thank you for you've never failed me. And to pray for someone that is watching me right now. I pray that they succeed in the name of Jesus. I pray that they be visited. Lord, I pray that you provide for them. I pray that you give them ideas to work. Yes, I know there's so much this world has to offer. But I pray, it's my prayer, Lord, that you touch someone, that you encourage someone, that you provide for them, that you give them direction, Lord. Whoever that is watching me right now, for it's not by power, for it's not by might, but it's by the grace of Jesus. I thank you and I give you glory in Jesus' mighty name. Everyone say amen and amen.
Your presence is heaven to me. God, your presence is heaven to me. Your presence is heaven to me. Oh, your presence is heaven to me. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Your presence is heaven to me. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Your presence is heaven to me. All the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God, and all it chases me down, fast till I find, leaves the night tonight. I couldn't own it, and I don't deserve it. Still, you get yourself away. All the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. Yeah. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. Oh, He chases me down, fast till I found, leaves the night tonight. I couldn't earn it, and I don't deserve it. Still, you get yourself away. No shadow you won't light up, mountain you won't climb up, coming after me. Snow you won't kick down, lie you won't tear down, coming after me. Hey, hey. No shadow you won't light up, mountain you won't climb up, coming after me. Snow you won't kick down, lie you won't tear down, coming after me. No wall you won't climb up, mountain you won't, coming after me. No wall you won't kick down, lie you won't tear down, coming after me. All the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. Oh, it chases me down, fast till I found, leaves the night tonight. I couldn't own it, and I don't deserve it. Still, you gave yourself away. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. Oh, it chases me down, fights till I found, leaves the night tonight. I couldn't own it, and I don't deserve it. Still, you gave yourself away. Oh, tambula Sabotambulenga nange. Yeah, I want to dedicate this song on this journey that I'm taking now. Sabotambulenga nange. I just want to sing this beautiful chorus. It's a song for Waswa Ivan. Yes, I think that's the name. This chorus or this song has really kept me moving. As I finalize, as I finish up, I pray that you are blessed. You'll be blessed in the name of Jesus. And that you can as well sing it over and over. I know you'll be blessed. Tambulana again. Sabotambulenga nange. Mulugendo luwanvu mumakubo mwepita. Sabotambulenga nange. Tambula nange. Sabotambulenga nange. On this journey that I'm taking now. Sabotambulenga nange. Thank you so much. Thank you for watching. My name again is Richard Kosinza. You can catch me on Facebook. Just type in Kosinza Richard. My number, I've given you already my number on WhatsApp. That is +256 704 1665 97. You can as well get me on Instagram as Kosinza Richard. Yeah, neko Twitter tuja. Yes, neko Twitter tuja. Otherwise, it's been a very a grateful moment, a blessed moment to be in front of the camera. I must thank the entire team that has really brought me in this place. I thank you so much, and I call upon every worshiper to be in this place. Hallelujah. Yes. Thank you so much. God bless you. Bye-bye.
I come from the Pearl of Africa. It's a beautiful country with beautiful nature. To me, it really inspires me and motivates me. And
Yeah.
actually, in one of my tags on my clothing, especially on my jeans, you see those lines that appear on the back pockets of the jeans.
Yes.
When I was doing my internship in Paris, I happened to go to a fashion museum where I read a few books, about fashion designers and their names and about their creations and things like that. There are signs on jeans like the Wrangler, the Lee jeans. All those jeans have signs on the pockets.
Yes.
And before I went to Paris, I was doing that already because I was drawing my inspiration. I used to love geography.
Yes.
And the Ugandan, East African geography was really very interesting to me.
Yeah.
Knowing that I come from the Great Lakes, East African Rift Valley, that's why you see those lines on my jeans.
Wow.
I brought two theories because they are just theories about the creation of the Great East African Rift Valley.
Yes.
So I put those. So it's the nature and the music that really inspires me and motivates me.
Wow.
Historically, furniture, woodworking has been passed on, carpentry has been passed on through apprenticeship. So that is the biggest challenge. You learn the skill, you don't get the business skill because the teacher wants to keep their customers.
Yes.
But then, due to the current development, we have the technical schools teaching carpentry. They're teaching the theoretical part, but they are indulging less business. And then the business methods they indulge in are also less practical.
Yeah.
They have been written in books. They have not been actually applied sometimes. So I think one needs to first of all learn the dynamics. Consider carpentry as a business, as a trade. And the rules of trade are the same regardless of which trade you're going in. We have standard rules that don't change. So currently, I think it is something I personally took upon myself, and in our kind of business, we do have apprentices, by the way. We do take in students. They learn, especially through the lockdown. We've had a lot of them coming in and to take on the skill. But we always give them 1 or 2 days in a month where they come into the selling desk and they get to see what it means to actually do the sale. You don't have to be on the planer all the time, on the circular saw. You need to know that after the circular saw, this customer doesn't know it exists. How do you inform them that it is the step that is going forward on their object? And then we've opened up the industrial part of carpentry to the customers. They're actually very thrilled when they see how these things are done.
Yeah, so you actually take them in and show them the process, like they say, process by process, process by process, how these things are going. Yeah. It is a creative industry talk. My name is Eddie Okila and welcome to the program. This is House of Talent Television, where we bring you issues that affect the person, the common person every single day, and we discuss it, dissect, and find answers to it. The Creative Industry Talk is a program that brings together the creative brains, a platform for every one of us to be able to think creatively, to discuss issues that affect us, but of course, discuss the products that we have in the market. How do we work with this? How do we create prices here, there, and what those things? Everyone is creative in their, in their rights or in their way, or on their rights or on their way, depending on which English you use. But creativity exists in every single one of us. And when we're in school, they said, any mistake in art is creativity. So we were always taught the same, and the products we have in the market is meant to solve the problem. But are we looking at it that way? Do we make things look that way, or do we think creatively in every process that we have? To discuss this today on the program is the one and only David Okwi. Is the founder and the shop manager of Oduka stores. We still don't understand why he called himself the shop manager, but perhaps today we are going to understand this on the show. David, welcome to the program. Here we spread love like this. You need to do it correct. Yes.
I love it.
Yes. Welcome to the program, David.
Thank you, Akela, for hosting me.
Great. And we want to start from a lighter note, David, by first of all knowing you. Who is David Okwi in a nutshell? Where do you come from? What are you? Are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
Yeah, first of all, I'll best describe myself as an internet entrepreneur.
Yeah.
That is as short as it can be. Yes.
Yes,
Yeah, I live and breathe the internet, and my livelihood solely comes from the internet. Yeah.
Wow. David, talking of the internet, living and breathing internet, growing up, where and which part of this country did you hail from?
So I grew up from Jinja, along the shores of the River Nile. Yes, just you know where the new bridge is? Yes, you know that industry there?
Yes.
Nightil.
Yes.
Did you use Nightil bedsheets?
All through, in even uniforms for high schools, we used to wear Nightil. Yes.
Yes. It's an incredible industry. So my dad used to work there, and I used to stay around the estate just close to the industry. And I think I went once to swim on the river, riverbanks.
Where the hydroelectricity is produced, David?
On this side.
To commit suicide?
No, it was on this side of the reservoir. You know where there is that lot of water.
Yes.
So the water is kind of still, it doesn't move very fast. And so at the riverbanks, you can actually swim.
Okay.
Yeah.
And talking of that, if I'm watching you from, let's say, Dallas in the US or in the UK, from anywhere, and I don't know where these places are from, take us through your ancestry, where do you hail from, which part of the country do you come from, what are the food they eat there, are they creative people, do they dig creatively or preserve food creatively, which part of this, what is your ancestry like, if you take us through it?
So Manita, my dad is from Komi, my mom is from Kapchora, around Sipi Falls, that side. Yes.
You come from where there's beauty on it. Yes.
Then I grew up in Jinja most of the time, studied in Jinja most of the time. Then in my later teens, I moved to Kampala. Yes.
Okay. So the people of Kumi, in the eastern part of the country, if we would put it, for some of us who are from the outside countries, what food do they eat and how do they preserve food? Are they creative in this process? Do they
they're very creative.
What's the process like?
So Teso is a very dry place. That's the one thing that you need to understand. Yes, we have rains like the rest of the country, but for the most part, it's a dry place. So people have to come up with ways of preserving food through the dry season so that they are able to have food. They don't starve. Teso actually has one of the best food preservation methods out there in the country. The foods that we eat is cassava, potatoes, and these are perishables, you get. But we have a way of drying them and then, putting them in the granary and making sure that during the dry seasons, people still are able to have food.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, what is the history like behind the storage? I mean, somebody must have, of course, thought about the creative process of keeping the food for this longer period of time. I once was in Canada, and I realized that in Canada they preserve food for 6 months in the fridge during the cold season. 6 months in the fridge.
Yeah.
And that in Africa would be something else.
6 months in the fridge. Does the food taste good? I don't know.
Yes, everything is freezed. I mean, it's not really tasting good. So when we compare that creativity in France, in Canada and in many parts of the world to keep food, and in Teso, in the eastern part of Uganda, like you've talked about, I just want to sort of like look at the creative processes, the wisdom of the elders. How did they come up with that, and how long will the food take when it's dried?
Yeah.
For example, how long does it take? Can you package this food and sell? You know, how do you sort of like go about
so
this?
I don't stay much in the village, but I've been there for some long periods of time, and I've learned from like my parents and my uncles and stuff. So I'll talk mostly about cassava and potatoes. Have you heard of amukeke?
Yes.
You've had it? Eh?
Yes, I've actually eaten it. It's one of the best. I would call it Uganda's best plate for breakfast. Yes.
So for people who don't know, amukeke is dried potatoes.
Yeah.
Yes, so they dry the potatoes, put them in the granary, and then you're able to, you know, just take a few portions of the potatoes, then you boil them. And now when you boil them, put in a little bit of salt. You can also put in OD if you want. That is,
which is simsim paste.
Yeah, ginat or simsim paste, and then you take with chai mukalo.
Wow.
It's really the best
Which,
which
is black tea.
Yes.
Wow, so these guys have just given us, so this is a creativity coming from Teso.
Yeah.
I want to just take a moment to welcome everybody to the program. This is the Creative Industry Talk. My name is Eddie Okila. This morning I'm talking to, or this afternoon, this night, or this evening, depending which part of the world you are, I'm talking to David Okwi, who is, you know, an internet breather and eater, if you would say it in a nutshell, as he said it. Entrepreneur. Is a man who think creatively using internet and creating stuff, and of course integration. Today in the program we want to discuss system integration. We're looking at the local content development. Everybody's talking about local content development. You've heard about local content development in oil and gas, but we're looking at local content development, focusing on creative system integration, on Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, Bubu. We are talking about this. And David Okwi is the founder and the shop manager at Oduka Stores, which is an online platform. I would say is the Amazon of Uganda in the making, okay? And perhaps going to go Africa. We want to just understand this, David, from your point of view. Are you a creative mind? Do you look at yourself as a creative mind? Or what is creativity to you, first of all, to start with?
So I don't look at myself as a creative in the traditional sense of a designer or an artist or a painter, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But I think that I'm creative, just like everybody else has to be creative. So to me, creativity speaks about using your imagination to solve problems. And that cuts across anyone, whether it is government or big corporations or small businesses or individuals or families and stuff. Yeah. So it is really using your imagination to solve problems. That is creativity in a nutshell.
Yeah. Let me take you a little bit back, David. You know, growing up, you obviously went through a traditional, you know, educational system that we all go through in Uganda or in Africa, in most part of Africa.
Yeah.
But I want to just take you through a little bit. What is your background like?
In terms of education?
Yes.
I am an engineer by training or by education.
Yes. How did you become an engineer? Growing up, did you always see yourself as becoming one? How did you end up there?
I sort of gravitated more towards machines, objects, electronics and stuff. So naturally I leaned towards the engineering bit of it. I was fascinated by tech by the age of, let's say 12 years. And I grew up close to, like I said, my dad used to work in a textile industry, and sometimes I would have free tours to the factory. It's really huge. Like, it is, I think, one of the biggest industries in East Africa.
Yeah.
So I would move around. It's like, I don't know, maybe 5 football pitches. Yeah, so you move around, you see machines doing lots of, you know, fancy things and all. So I was really fascinated from an early age to admire and to love engineering. Yes.
Okay. So if somebody is looking at you now, would want to think that, you know, that background shaped your way of becoming an engineer?
Yeah.
How did your parents look at it when you're growing up? Normally parents are very fascinated with certain things they want their children to do, or a certain way they want their children to become. What was like with your parents, your mother and father, when you decided to gravitate toward maths, physics, and all these things?
Yeah, but my dad is an open-minded person. You literally just do whatever you want and whatever that you're really good at, and he's just there to pay the school fees.
You probably had the easiest, most, adorable dad.
Yes.
Not like ours. Some of us were always told you have to be a certain thing in life, and if you're not, it's a problem.
Yeah.
And some were caned. Some of us who were left-handed, our hands were tied in the neck so that we can become right-handed.
Wow.
Yeah, so there are quite a lot of things that goes in there.
Yeah.
So David, growing up as a creative person, from the way we looked at you, you were more lean toward tech from a very young person age. Let's talk about, did you ever make wired cars?
Yeah.
In the pursuit of becoming an engineer and stuff like that?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Also, everyone in an estate that I grew up in, literally the boys and the girls as well, they literally, everyone made their own toys using, these wires. Yeah. So we'll go to, these fences that are made from these wires. We'll screw that up and screw it, and then break the wires, and then use rubber. Yeah, tie it together, then use slippers, the slippers? Yes.
Cut the hole in the to make the tire.
Yeah, cut the hole, make the tire, and then there you go with your car. And they will really be strong. You could actually use them to fetch water, using these 5-liter jerrycans.
Wow. So the creativity in Africa sprang from way back when we were children. The only thing is that our education system sort of cut that off our head when we started going to nursery school and primary school, and things changed. And some of us were never, good at becoming a creative person at some point, or some of us never made it. But the likes of Daudi Okwi, as we call him, have definitely been able to pursue that career and be where they are today. So David, we're talking about, you're on the creative industry talk, and we're talking about Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. We defined creativity from your perspective, but I want to just ask you, to you typically, what is the process of a person being creative?
What is the process? The process starts with a problem. Look at the problem that you're trying to solve, and then find ways of solving that problem in the most cost-effective way possible, using the materials, using the skills that you already possess. So if you're working with people, you have to organize people around you to come together to solve a common problem. And
when we talk about creativity from a point of creating a product, and or a brand or a product, you obviously have been into the process of creating one for yourself.
Yes.
And you have one in the process. Typically, take us through that. How do you start and where do you start from? Because everybody, we believe, is creative. But the level of creativity varies. Some are very intuitive in their process, others are very slow in their process. Some people need a kickstart at the back, and you just kick them up and they start waking up and they start doing it by making life hard for them, like COVID-19 came and gave some of us a butt kick, and we're doing it. And some just do it easily. But to you, did it come just naturally, easily?
I like how you described it. There is no one way of reaching the creative path. It can be chaotic, it can be organized, it can be forced, it can be out of coercion and hard times. Can come from all angles. But I'll talk about the Onduka experience, literally, how we started the Onduka store and how we got here. We started right before lockdown in 2020, just when the coronavirus had started. At that time, online shopping was still something that was taking off. Some people would do online shopping, others wouldn't. But when the coronavirus came, we didn't start a Onduka store because of the coronavirus, but it found us. It found us right at the beginning of the incubation. But so how we started, how we approached the problem is that okay, we realized there was a lockdown, there was a restriction in movement, people couldn't go through shops, and we decided to launch the store online, mostly. We had a physical store, but we said let's concentrate online first. And then when you launch an online store, there are basically a number of things that you have to nail. You have to nail a way of people discovering you and finding you, because it is not like a store that people walk in and then find your products. You have to find a way of storing your goods. You have to find a way of delivering the product to the customer. You have to find a way of people paying you eventually. And then you have to find a way of managing customer relations or customer care. So we had all these facets, and we needed to bring them together and put them in a product or a service that could work in this market at that time. So COVID helped us in a way because it accelerated the trend towards online shopping. For the very first time, some people made an order online for the very first time. Not because they wanted.
Because COVID gave them a kick.
Because, as you said, the creative process, that kick, you know, it forced them to make purchases online for the very first time. And when you do something for the very first time and it works, it becomes a part of you. You say, oh, okay, this thing actually works. And then before you know it, it becomes a lifestyle, becomes the norm, it becomes the new normal. You realize, this is how it should work. It should have been this way all along.
Wow.
So, yes, the hard times accelerated our creativity as well. And it helped us reach that goal. So we just had to play around with delivery, make sure that the product reaches the customer as early as possible, make sure that we had convenient payment methods. You could either pay cash on delivery or you could use mobile money. So we had very flexible payment methods that were convenient to the customer. We were not rigid at all. That's how it worked for them.
Wow. Well, you're hearing David Okwi right here on the Creative Industry Talk. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we will dive into the discussion of, local content development, focusing on Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. David will define that, his understanding of that a little bit, but then we dive into our main discussion today, which is system integration. He's talked about mobile money and his system and how it works and how they started. We want to know, how do you integrate all of these things together, and how can we, the creative people who create products like David, begin to use this system and integrate this system to be able to, sell products without you having to go there should coronavirus continue, should we go into another lockdown, how do you deal with it? Stay right there, I'll be right back after the break. This is Creative Industry Talk. Eddie Okila, David Okwi, we'll be right back after the break.
When we start the Bayimba Festival, or starting Bayimba in general, for me it took me like 3 years of thought, of thinking. And as I went to Chitobero, I went to Chigunda, I traveled around East Africa. And one of the reasons actually, which I rarely talk about, was when I was traveling around Lake Victoria. I was doing a documentary about the lives of the people who live around the LVB, the Lake Victoria Basin. I went to Kisumu, I went to Mwanza, and I realized actually all these people have so much in common, but they know little about each other. Yet they are all surviving on this same lake. So for me it was very interesting to kind of also brought back, like, the arts are the same. The arts were the same because we realized that we are all feeding onto each other. The musicians, the theater, the dance, the painters, and the writers, but we all had our own ways. We were separate, everyone is doing their own thing. And I think bringing them together in one place was a creative process to kind of cultivate that space that was missing. So I think this is, for me, where I could see the processes of really going through the idea, understanding it, convincing yourself, finding the value, finding the strategic, the impact it's going to create, add on to the industry. And also when, like at Bayimba, when we are going through our creative processes of thinking about strategically what are we going to do, it takes quite some time when you have conversations with your staff, your colleague, the sector. Sometimes we ask people questions 1 month after the other, and sometimes I feel, so I'm like, okay, and they don't feel like Bayimba is asking us too much, But I think it's important for us because we need to understand why are we doing what we're doing? How are we going to improve? And how can we do better? Where did we go wrong? And of course, sometimes you get some, advice, which is not, liked, but at the same time, it's good for you to hear it from the people that you're serving. So that process for me, it's important. And to be innovative at the end of the day, you have to be impactful. You have the product has to be useful to the people that it's going to serve.
Okay. Faisal, fear is the greatest enemy of innovation.
Yeah.
And quite often, most people start the thinking to create something. The innovation of, I want to innovate something, they think I want to innovate this kind of solution. And most times, somebody asks and says, do you have the money to start this thing? Do you know this takes a lot of money to do this? And before we know it, we shelve the idea and we don't do something about it.
Yeah.
How do we overcome that, given your experience from going around the Lake Victoria basins in 3 years of trying to create Bayimba, and who was, by the way, funding you? Because that's another problem that we often have. The fear of not having the money will kill the innovation. You can stay with something which is very good for so long just because you don't have the money, or you don't know how to go about it, or you fear you will fail.
Yeah, I think I'm a student of failure, and I think it's very important as innovators to study failure because it's a very good beginning of building courage.
Okay.
If you don't fail, then you can't be stronger. And people can tell you that the first Bayimba was a failure. And it was a big lesson for me because I totally failed. My friend told me, I'll not mention him, he told me, Faisal, this brand is dead. Because, and I was like, yeah, you're right, but I'll prove you wrong.
Welcome back from that break. This is the Creative Industry Talk. My name is Eddie Okela. In the studio is David Okwi, the founder and the shop manager at Oduka Stores, an online, stores in Uganda that is selling electronic products. And of course, he's on the show today to discuss Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. We are focusing on local content production, but we're gonna gear our production, rather our discussion towards, system integration. You've heard from David, how they've created the Oduka and how they were able to sell things online, and some Ugandans being able to order things for the first time online. And if you're one of those, we want to hear from you. What was your experience like? Share it with us far and wide. We'd like to hear from you. David, welcome back to the program. I want to just take a moment to read some comments from some people here, David, that has come in the middle of the show. We just want to hear from them and what are they saying. I'll start first with a gentleman here and says, that's my OB from Nameliango. David Okwi has always been a young man who is creating things and trying things. Thanks, kudos, David. And I have another one here saying, Eddie Okila, thank you very much for bringing David Okwi to the show. He's always been a very creative mind. He's a brilliant mind in the IT world. I think we need to harness people like David on that, topic of system integration. I want to ask David, how did you start creating your own product and bringing your own product out? How did it work? I know you've shared a bit about it, but it's not easy, man, trying something new. David, you've had that coming out there for you. And another person says, AJ Killer, thank you very much for the program. I would like to know how Ugandans are using technology to harness the new normal of COVID-19 going forward. I know you talked about Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, but sometimes Ugandans' content, rather products, are so weak that when you put them, when you see them on the shelf versus the one that is brought from China, you better not going for the one from China. I think, David, we've discussed this before.
Yeah.
Yes, and of course, how we're talking about it. That basically launches us to our discussion today, David.
Yeah.
Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. We've been talking about this, and everybody's talking about local content. In the oil and gas, they're talking about local content.
Right.
Now, what is local content development to you?
Okay. So I'll start with a quote, or somebody said that Africa is the only continent that produces what it doesn't consume and consumes what it doesn't produce.
Yes.
There's truth in it, actually. And that is what we want to change, or what we should change with Bubo. In essence, we should be consuming what we produce and produce what we consume, not the other way around. You don't produce stuff, send it to China, China, creates a product out of it and sells back to you, and you're not really creating enough value out of your raw materials, right? Yes. So with Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, you're literally saying, okay, can we consume what we produce for the very first time? What that does is that you create enough value for everyone in the economy, and you create a lot of opportunities and prosperity for everyone.
Wow. Wow, but you heard it from David. And David, we want to just, just a moment to tell everybody, if you're having a problem with your internet, streaming on Facebook or go to our website, www.houseoftalentuganda.com, or go to our YouTube, House of Talent TV, and you'll be able to have no problem at all as the government of Uganda continue to negotiate its way with Facebook. Sometimes it can be very disturbing. So for all of you guys, we're live on Facebook, on Twitter. We're live on our own website, okay, www.houseoftalentug.com, or you go to YouTube, subscribe, share it far and wide. David, that's a nice description of that. So when we're talking about local content, Buy Uganda and Build Uganda, do you think that we have been able to, Ugandans understand this, Buy Uganda, Build Uganda?
Yeah.
Do they understand? And if yes, to what extent?
So there are two different Ugandans in this spectrum here. You have the consumers, and then you have the producers, and both of them need each other, and they need to understand this concept for this thing to work. If I'm a producer and I'm creating stuff and there is no one who is consuming, then it doesn't make sense at all. And the other way around, if I'm a consumer buying things from outside and not buying the stuff that the producers in the economy are creating, then it doesn't make sense. So it is two sides of the same system that needs to work together in order to make this really work.
Okay. And we've had the people from the Ministry of Trade talk about this, but there's also an outcry out there. Like you've had somebody already asking a question saying that it's nice to talk about Ugandan local content, but he's saying that when you look at a Ugandan local content on the shelf versus the product brought from Kenya, he would go for the one from Kenya. He said the one in Uganda is not very enticing. Which takes us to branding and product development and communication, which is a discussion we've set to have with an expert coming in at some point into the program as we progress in discussion of the local content. But specifically, how were you able to package your product, locally made here, package your product and be able to sell to people, even though some of them are imported products?
Yeah, so to respond to that user, that's a consumer right there, saying that, yes, I want to buy your stuff that people in the economy are producing, but they don't live up to my standards. They don't live up to my expectations. And since we are living in a free market economy where people are willing to, pay with willingly with their money, they are, they're just going to sidestep your product and they're going to buy the product that they think fits their standards. So again, once again, it goes back to both the consumer and the producer. The producer has to meet up to the standards of the consumer. So if the consumer wants, let's say, this coffee up to a certain standard, if that coffee doesn't meet my standard, I'm not going to buy it, right? Yes, you're putting your hard-earned money and your time and whatnot, but it doesn't meet my standard. And since we are living in a free market economy where no one is coerced to buy a certain product, then you're going to lose out. So the producers have to meet that standard that the consumers are expecting at the price that they want it.
Wow. David, I want to read something coming in for you. Somebody has said, Eddie Okila, thank you very much for the program. I like what David Ukwi is talking about, but I want to know, when I go to Oduka stores, the branding looks really deep, and most people in Uganda, when they create products, they spend a lot more time in creating the products and not the look and feel of the product. How was he able to, come up with that mindset to create something that looks like this? It's not a typical Ugandan website where you go there and the branding is looking so weird and not good. Perhaps a lesson can be picked from David Ukwi. What did he live abroad, or was he working with some people abroad, or the website is basically designed abroad? That's the question there for you, David. Yes.
No. The website is designed and developed strictly from Uganda by Ugandans, and I'm actually part of the team, the developers. But I think you heard Jeremy Banyanzi here. Yes, we were saying about branding and all that. And I liked his talk. And basically it boils down to a brand is your promise. What are you promising the customer, right? And can you live up to that promise? That's what it is. It is, brand is who you are. It speaks a lot about you as an individual first and foremost, and what you're bringing out to the market. Yes, when you look at for example, the House of Talent branding, which I absolutely love and adore, it's delivering a certain promise, it's delivering a certain message, and it's saying we are here and we are all about local content, we are all about local talent, and we are here to develop really great content that is informative, that is there to build the country and the nation. That is what a brand is, more than the colors and all these cosmetics that come to augment that brand. Yes.
Well, we're talking to David Ukwi, and you're on the Creative Industry Talk. We're discussing local content development. Of course, it's a broad topic. Everybody is talking about local content development. But products out of Uganda, locally we are creating these products. Who is consuming them? Can they stand the test of time? Do they have the value? Can we export this product going forward? That's what we're talking about. We want to dive more deep into this topic with David Ukwi, talking about system and e-commerce and system integration. David, a lot of times we've discussed so many things about e-commerce. COVID-19, of course, came and opened up the door for this to work in Uganda.
Right.
We were forcefully taken into a lockdown, and somehow the president kept saying, use borders to buy things, buy vegetables from there.
Yeah.
And it started to work out slowly, deliveries are there and there. But the downsides of some of these things that we're talking about was ability for the money to move from one end to the next. There are times when the mobile money system is completely down. You send your money, and then the mobile telecom guys tells you, you call customer care service, we will work on this thing in 24 hours. You have food, you need food, and this deliverer or the producer of the product is not going to deliver the product to you because you need food, you're in the lockdown, and you're being told 48 hours. It brings a question to mind, David. What is e-commerce? Is it understood in the African context, for example? In Europe, we understand, but in Africa, is it understood? And let's zero down to Uganda.
Yeah, we have to contextualize it. The way that Amazon works is not going to be the way, it will never work in Uganda here, because you have certain infrastructure that allows for Amazon to work in the US or in Europe. You have the postal, the post office system, you have the good housing structure with plot numbers, and you have a delivery system, logistics network already built in there. You have a payment method powered by Visa and credit card. There is a whole infrastructure that has already been laid for hundreds of years way before Amazon even, came into the market. And for us, we have managed to leapfrog some of those things. For example, we don't have a telephone system. Do you have a telephone at home? The landline.
Yes, yes. Which is wireless, it's chargeable, it can go off.
Yeah.
The traditional one we had with UTL is no longer working as it used to be. Yes.
So we leapfrogged the telephone system as we know it to mobile phones. Yeah. It does the same thing. It's all about communication. Excuse me. It does exactly the same thing. So here we have borders which are really agile and fast. They can cut through jam, and they know the local places and all that. In Europe, you probably have vans and all trucks.
Even
and
riders
that,
themselves.
and
Yes.
Exactly. So we have different sorts of infrastructure, and we have to find ways that we have to design systems that work with the existing infrastructure. Yes, and that is what e-commerce or Duka is trying to do and adapt. Where we don't have payment system like Visa, can we use alternative payment methods that the customer can still use, right? And we've actually seen a lot of progress and success in adoption of, say, cash on delivery and mobile money on delivery. Yes. So somebody is not going to pay upfront on mobile money, but they're going to wait until the delivery guy comes, and then they pay using mobile money. Then you ask yourself, why didn't they pay
earlier before using mobile money? Yes.
On the website.
Yeah.
But this is the economy. This is your customer. The customers prefer that they see the product or the package, you have arrived, okay, now let me pay. Okay. Because trust isn't yet built for online businesses. There are a lot of shady guys out there. They can fleece you, they can, run away with your money. What are you going to do? And it has happened. Yeah. So people are skeptical. The trust system is still built in, and stores like Oduka are coming up to rebuild that trust and say, okay, you can trust us. You can order and pay online, and then your order will come. Yeah. Yes. So those are some of the things that we are trying to do in the market. Yeah.
David, there has been a very serious issue here in the market before. In fact, it's an ongoing challenge as we speak right now. The banking system versus the mobile system.
Yeah.
Somehow COVID-19 came in and people were not working, and a lot of people were not earning.
Yeah.
But already it was a problem that was brewing there.
Yeah.
That the economy started slowing down because of politics and elections and all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's been going on for some time.
Yeah.
People started to, high taxation started to make people keep money in their bedrooms or in their, under their beds.
Yeah.
Or some in a box. And then of course the high rate of corruption in the public system have also, sort of like made it difficult for people to put money in the bank.
Yeah.
Now, there's a time when people are not putting money in the bank. There's a time when you put your money in the bank, and then when you want to use your money, they make it very difficult for you to use the money.
Yeah.
And then there's a time when you have money, you want to bank it.
Yeah.
And then the banking system using mobile money you have on mobile money to put in the bank is also giving you a time. So people get frustrated. And you know what? Let me just keep my money, because why am I struggling with this? When I put my money in the account, they make life difficult for me to get it. When I finally give them my money, they make life difficult for me. My hands just keep my money there.
Yeah.
This has been going on for some time.
Yeah.
And it's frustrating for a customer who is trying to buy goods and services, online.
Yeah.
You have been a system developer and an IT person and a software developer. We want to know from you, if I am a creative mind and I've created a product, say for example, Okela Health and Services, my service is about making people fit, health and fit, and I want to be able to record a video and send it to that person.
Yeah.
And when the lockdown, somebody is in Nigeria, just want to pay.
Yeah.
That's another discussion altogether. The world doesn't trust a Nigerian visa and all this. You talked about trust issues.
Yeah.
And it's difficult for me. How do we build trust and continue to build a system that is more harmonious in a way that I can bank my money easily, I can use my money as and when I want,
Yeah.
I can buy goods and services as I want, because what you've talked about there is basically typically come back to this frustrations around the systems. How do we make this work?
So I'll start by saying that money is just information.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when we say, when the bank says, when you go into your bank account and you see maybe 50M, right? It's not like the bank has your 50M, a stack of cash, 50M somewhere in the corner. That's not what it is. It's just information. It's just saying we owe you 50M. That is all. Probably that money has already been lent.
Yeah, but I'm a border man. I've taken my sack. I have given you my money with a sack in there.
That the bank is going to lend it to somebody else. It's never going to stay in the bank at all. Money is information. It's just digits, right, in a database in the banking system that says, well, we owe Eddie Okila 50M, and we should be able to give it to him whenever he wants. So when you go and withdraw that money, you're basically just liquidating, you're converting those digits into hard cash. If at all you want the hard cash, if you're paying for something online or at the counter, we are just converting, we're just transferring those digits from one system to another. So the most flexible system should actually be money, because it's just digits, it's just information. Ironically, it's not. It's very hard to move money, probably for a lot of reasons, money laundering, trust issues, regulation, and all that. But again, this is where creativity comes in. The banks need to be creative around how can we make money fluid. It should flow freely like information. You know, when you go to your Twitter stream and you see, you know, the feed flowing with content and news and images and all that, it should really be fluid, because money is just information. It's just digits. That is all. Of recent, we've seen the emergence of agent banking, which has sort of improved and made processes a lot more faster. Yes, the banking system is built on a very rigid and expensive system or setup. You know, a banking hall has all these sophistications built in, the design of the banking hall, the security, the tellers, the what. And whenever a bank is going to open up a branch in a certain location, there's a lot of investment that has to go in before they do. So they do the math and maybe they don't open a branch somewhere or not. So agent banking reduces all those costs associated with opening up a branch in a particular location. Yes, and it uses agents or people that have a stripped down version of a bank in locations that are closer and more convenient to people. Mostly to, I would say, liquidate money. When you need to go to the bank, you want to withdraw to have the hard cash. Yes. Otherwise, if money is left to be solely digital, then you probably don't need a banking hall at all. If you want to pay for something, that can be done digitally or electronically. If you want to, I don't know what is money used for. It's basically for paying for goods and services, right? And that is just a matter of, you know, deducting your bank account and crediting my bank account. And that can be done electronically.
You make it look sound easy, David, but
that's what it is.
Yeah, but it's not as easy as that, because sometimes I know you've talked about the agent banking, and the agent banking has come in this era and time. But people are not trusting. You know, in some incidents in Kenya, we've had the agent bank being attacked and being robbed, and the process money is lost. And this in Kenya has happened before. It's stabilized. It's more stable in Kenya than it is in Uganda. In Uganda, it's just beginning to take effect. Some of this creativity we're talking about in the financial sector. In Tanzania, it's almost the same. In East Africa, it's almost the same. But there's this old fear that, what if my money I give to David, who is an agent banker, and he doesn't get there? What sort of system does the bank and the agent banking person have that sort of like give me security that that thing you're talking about digitally, if it punches like this and I give 10 million to the agent banker, and how quickly is this money going to, how quickly is this, what kind of system do they have to this money to reflect on my bank account, so that when I log on to whatever app I have for banking system, I'm able to see money immediately?
Right.
What kind of system that we should be looking into to sort of like build our neutralize our fear?
All right. So I'm not a banker. I'm not in a banking system, but this is what I know. Before you probably become a banking agent, you will have to go through a verification process. You'll have to send in the paperwork. Maybe you have to be registered, your national ID, you know, things that prove that you are an authentic person, you are a citizen, and you do legitimate business. So before you sign up to being an agent, you're going to have to go through that verification. Then number two, during transactions themselves, when I go and deposit money to an agent, to a banking agent, I'm going to get a receipt, number one, and then number two, I'm going to get an SMS on my phone that says, okay, this transaction has been validated, it has been authenticated, money is in your account. And then you as an individual, before you leave, you probably have your banking app there. You can go and check your bank balance and verify that, yes, money is now deposited on your account. So these are all checks and balances that the banks and their agents can implement to make sure that, you know, they earn trust from the customers that, you know, this system works and that their money is secure. That is really very important.
David, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we will be discussing one thing. In fact, 4 questions which we're going to be discussing to wrap up this. We're going to be about system integration, but we're talking to David Okwi, the founder and the shop manager at Oduka Stores, an online platform in Uganda that started a few years ago and is building, and people are able to buy electronic gadgets from there online, seeing that they order and is delivered to them. It's something that is new, something that is working. It's a local content created in Uganda to make life easier for you to order electronics, genuine electronic stuff. Of course, you can go and check them out, oduka.stores.com. You'll be able to find a lot more information from there. And of course, we're talking about local content development in Uganda, focusing our discussion on, system integration. Buy Uganda, build Uganda. System integration. What does it mean to say buy Uganda and build Uganda? And how do we integrate system to be able to make sure that some of the things we're talking about is actually feasible, is working, and it's consumable for a consumer out there, but also it's usable for a producer out there of the product. Stay right there, I'll be right back after the break. This is the Creative Industry Talk. Edio Killer, David Okwi. We'll be right back after the break.
Of the pack. It helps you become the trendsetter. Humankind is set in a way that they will always have a thing for the pioneer of things. So we see it, if you think about these big corporations we see in Uganda and how they advertise and the different promotions they bring, you will somehow the target market will always have the pioneer front of mind. So for me, creativity, that is how important it is, because you will get the masters, you'll be an A-lister on the papers. But if you do not know how to channel, because there is not one company in the arts or in business, as we know it, there's not a company that hires more than 10 people, and all of them are not creative. There is always creativity in a company.
I come from the Pearl of Africa. It's a beautiful country with beautiful nature. To me, it really inspires me and motivates me. And actually, in one of my tags on my clothing, especially on my jeans, You see those lines that appear on the back pockets of the jeans?
Yes.
When I was doing my internship in Paris, I happened to go to a fashion museum where I read a few books, you know, about fashion designers and their names and about their creations and things like that. There are signs on jeans like the Wrangler, the Lee jeans.
Yes, yes.
All those jeans have signs on the pockets.
Yes.
And before I went to Paris, I was doing that already because I was drawing my inspiration. I used to love geography.
Yes.
And the Ugandan, East African geography was really very interesting to me.
Yeah.
You know, knowing that I come from the Great Lakes, East African Rift Valley,
Yes.
that's why you see those lines on my jeans.
Wow.
I brought two theories because they are just theories
Yes.
about the creation of the Great East African Rift Valley.
Yes.
So I put those. So it's the nature and the music that really inspires me and motivates me.
Wow. Welcome back to the program. This is the Creative Industry Talks. My name is Eddie Okela and this is House of Talent Television. You officially logged on to. Go to our website, www.houseoftalentuganda, and hook yourself up with this broadcast. You will be very amazed. And of course, we are live on YouTube, House of Talent TV. Go there, subscribe, share it far and wide to your grandmother, grandfather, you know, sisters, cousins, everybody in the family. Make sure that they are in sync with this digital era discussion that we're having right now with David Okwi. David Okwi, welcome back to the program. He is the founder and the chief everything, as they like to say, of odukastores.com. David, welcome back to the program. I just want to take you down to some of the questions that came in there. Somebody says, Eddie Okila, thank you very much for this discussion. I'm enjoying the discussion. Is watching from Mukono, and he says that I want to ask that gentleman. He's talked about the banking system, he's talked about the system development. What is the process involved in creating an app if I have a restaurant and I want my restaurant to go far and wide so that people can order food from my app so I can have control? That's something that you will have to talk about. You're a software developer and people want to know how that works. And it says, Eddie Okila, thank you very much for bringing David Okwi to the program. Again, I want to know from that gentleman, if I have, if I have a business like mine, I think he does. He's Adobe. He cleans clothes, and he says, if I have a business like mine, Adobe, and I want to have an app which tells people that I clean clothes, and you can bring your clothes to me, and I can send borders or whatever to drop it and pick it. How much does it cost? It looks like it's so much money according to him. I mean, again, this is something we talked about it. Welcome back, guys. We want to talk about system integration, and I think that Woody is plugged in very well. You've talked about buying stuff online, you know, paying stuff online. Now, of course, we still have challenges, but there are a lot of systems created. The banking system has a system that they use. The mobile telecommunication companies have a system that they use. How can this system be integrated together so that we're able to sort of like be able to pay for goods and services seamlessly without having a problem?
Right.
If I need something from here, and then the creative industry TV talk is all about solution for this. And I want to just make people understand that, you know, creativity in business is a nifty way of thinking, all right? And that's always inspires the person, challenges the person to think beyond, and helps people to find innovative and creative ideas of solutions for their problems. Like you've talked about, you are an engineer. Engineering is about finding problems and solving problems. On that note, David, what is creativity in system integration to you? For example, I want to just look at payment for goods and services in Uganda. From your perspective, how can this be integrated?
Yes. Thank you very much. That's a good question. It all starts from, yes, it starts with a problem, but it also involves the customer, the user, the person who is ultimately going to use these systems. You can build a more sophisticated system out there, but if the customer is not integral into the design of the system, then it won't work. I think it's called user design,
Yes, I mean, human-centered design.
Thank you.
Yes.
Human-centered design, yes. So the user, has to be at the center of the design of the problem that you're trying to solve. And so that when you solve it, the user is the first to adapt it and use it. Yes. So it begins from there. Now, about all these payment systems and how they should be integrated, we need to think about the customer. How do they work? How do they live? And then how do they pay for goods and services? So when I go to the market to buy groceries, right? I'm buying maybe tomatoes, milk, whatnot. How am I paying for those goods and services? How much do I have? How much am I willing to spend? All those are, and then how fast do I want it to happen? So the thing about cash is that, one, it is really fast. So if you have tomatoes of 1,000, I'm just going to pull out 1,000 shillings and give it to you.
Yes.
And then I have my tomatoes. That is in a split of a second.
Yeah.
Now, you come up and say, no, let's get that out of the way. We have a better solution here. We're just going to give you a POS machine, and then when a customer comes with their card, they are going to...
By POS, you mean point of sale?
Yes. And then they are going to, swipe their card and then going to pay. The question is it going to be as fast as the system that I already use? Is it going to be similar or even better than the system that I'm already used to? Is it going to be faster than that cash system that I'm used to? So that's the question. If it is not, people are going to shun it. They're not going to use it because cash is fast. It's the system the thing that I've been using has been working. As the old saying goes, if it is not broken, then don't try to fix it. Yes, it's the same thing.
Wow. David, that's a good answer there. I hope people are actually taking note of that. We're talking about system integration in this whole thing about content creation, product development, Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. You have a very good product, but your payment system is so weak. I can't use mobile money to pay you, or the mobile money network I'm using, things like AfriCell, who are now running away from the market, are not able to deliver, the network for me to pay the other side. It's a problem for me, it's a frustration for a customer, and they'll have a problem. That said, David, what are the 5 creative system integration, in bracket, cooperation methods for local products to adapt at this, stage of COVID-19 situation that we're in? What 5 nuggets or nuggets or whatever we call it in Africa, can you give us that we can look into and say, okay, creatively, this system can be integrated from this point to this point to this point to make this. I'm a local producer. I want to know what to do.
Okay, so at the core of it all is that you have to adapt.
Yes.
Right. So, for example, now during COVID-19, we know that most people are working from home.
Yes.
And working from home means Zoom calls and all that. Zoom calls, people attending meetings, and if I'm attending a meeting and I'm in a Zoom call, then I'm probably not going to put on a suit. I'm not going to need certain clothing that I previously needed for physical meetings in corporate offices and all that. So if I'm a boutique that has been selling suits, do you think that will work in the COVID era? Probably not, because now people are not wearing suits anymore for their meetings. You probably have to think about something that is well suited for that particular, for the change that has happened. Yes, the same thing when we look at telcos. For example, voice was a big deal, but now when work from home started, there's a huge demand in internet. Everybody needed internet for attending meetings, for attending school, online learning, and all that. But you know what happened? The telcos didn't deliver, and they didn't quickly adapt to the change that required them to be relevant and satisfactory to their customers. Internet became very slow. Your Zoom call was cutting all the time, and people were very frustrated because now the thing that they needed for the time was not able to adapt to the change that had happened. So you need to adapt to the change that has happened. If you fail to adapt to the change, then you're going to be booted out of the market.
Okay. What would be the second creative way? You've talked about the first one being adapt and being able to quickly switch from what was traditionally there to what is right now that we're using, which, of course, some people are still putting on their boxers and putting on their suit and sitting in their room and doing their things because that is what the meeting requires, and then they go from there. Yes. So we ask you about the question of 5 creative system integration ways and methods that local production can use to move forward. You've talked about one, adaptation. All right, adapt to the new things. And the second one, you've talked about being able to see that this product is no longer being good or needed. What can I bring in? Kitenge, shirt, what do I give these guys that I can just throw in quickly and do the thing? Maybe the third and the fourth?
Maybe the second I'll say is that empathize, which is literally put yourself in the shoes of the customer. Yes, COVID has happened. You know, people are losing their jobs. You're a landlord. You're demanding 5 months in advance of rent. Does that make sense? You get? So you have to put yourself in the shoes of the customer and ask yourself, if I was in this position, how would I respond? How would I need to be treated? You know, we saw hospitals charging ridiculous amounts of fees to patients in very, very hard times. You know, they were not empathizing, they were not putting themselves in the shoes of their customers. Yes. So put yourself in the shoes of the customers and ask yourself, if it were me, how would I respond to that particular situation? Yes.
And one more, David, on that system integration, the creative ways. A lot of vegetable sellers around the time of COVID, and still is going on, were not able to, deliver goods and services. While because the mobile system of money, the agents didn't have money.
Right.
The banks were closed.
Right.
We're not able to put in the physical cash.
Right.
To be able to pay for the system, to be able to pay for the goods.
Yes.
And at the same time, the banks are closed, I can't go and get money, and I'm stuck, and then the network was down. How can we make this system work together? That's what we're talking about, the creative system integration that allows for this system to work together so that at no particular time should I be stuck in trying to access goods and services or a local product, because it was easier for me to pay for a product coming from abroad and perhaps DHL will deliver it than the one locally here. So it's very difficult.
So you need to be flexible. You need to think on your feet and say, okay, the situation has changed. This is what we are dealing with right now. How can I handle it? I need the customer's money, and I need to stay afloat in business. How can I achieve my end goal, right? So for example, I'll give you an example at Lucas Stores. We had a physical store in Tinda, but during COVID, because of lockdown and all that, the physical store became redundant. But we're paying rent. In other words, we're just paying rent for free to the landlord, right? About 90. Close the physical store for the time being and save that money and probably put it into something else for the business. Yes, so you have to be flexible and find ways to adapt to the current situation while achieving the end goal, which is surviving and staying in business.
Yes. All right. We're listening to the close. This is the Creative Industry Talk. Eddie Okila, David Okui. We're discussing local content development. How do you start a product? How do you, a case of Duka store, and the founder is here. David Okui is also the shop manager. People think that you're going to have to throw a little bit more light on the, starting an online, shop, and then you being a shop manager. People think that being a shop manager is just show up in Casa Capero or whatever, somewhere in Tinder, and then just sit there and you call yourself, I'm a shop manager. But now when you say I'm a shop manager online, they don't understand. They're probably wondering, this guy must be crazy. There's no shop, it's virtually, nothing is there. But at the back end of this thing, David, there is goods and services in the store somewhere. and it requires the person to be there to make sure it works.
Yeah.
On that note, before you answer that, I want to give you this question as well.
Yeah.
So, what is the focus of creative system integrations? You know, from an architecture, you know, point of view to make things work, and you know, to come up make things work so that a common person, like I've asked you the question, can understand.
Yeah.
Like I've talked about shop manager or Duka.
Yeah.
Online.
Yeah.
And then people like Ron Kawamaras, and I saw him this morning talking. People don't understand them because they are on the other end. They think that they don't understand the whole concept of, you know, being an online shop manager. How does it work?
When you're an online shop manager, you're exactly that, but you're a virtual shop manager, let's say, or a shopkeeper actually. Yes, you're the same person. You're similar to that person who is waiting on the counter, waiting for customers, and you know, fulfilling their orders. Except here, that the customer is not coming to the counter to you to hand you cash and then ask you questions and all that. No, here it is you're all physically separated by distance and space, and you're literally responding to the customer and communicating to the customer through different means. The virtual tools that we have today, which is the internet, you have the phone, you have WhatsApp, you have Twitter, you have Facebook. So as a shop manager, you're scanning all these channels and waiting for all these requests from customers and answering their questions. They come in and say, okay, do you guys have this charger? Or do you guys have this headphone? Do you guys have this phone? The kind of thing. And you're responding to them and saying, okay, we have it, it costs this much, and this is how we are able to deliver it to you. So it's exactly the same thing, except that you're scanning all these virtual platforms and sales channels, are responding to customer queries, and then fulfilling their orders using delivery and logistics mechanisms that are available on the market.
Okay. David, it sounds very interesting and intriguing at the same time. Were you guys also sleeping in the market during the lockdown, like the president said? That the shop owner should sleep. Were you guys also sleeping in the market like these guys in Nakasero? How was it going your end as shop managers at the time?
And so when you're running a virtual store, like Oduka, your warehouse or where you store your inventory is irrelevant to you and to the customer. It doesn't really matter where this inventory is stored. As long as it's in a secure place, it's in an easily accessible place for the person that is fulfilling that order. So that could be in your home, in your house. It could be in a rented warehouse where you pay a monthly fee to store this inventory. Yes, when an order comes in, you will have to have a mechanism of reaching out to that particular item that the customer has in the inventory or in the warehouse, and then sending it or dispatching it to the customer. Yes, so you have all these different tools, you have these different platforms that are existent right now. I think Jumia has something like that, fulfilled by Jumia, so you literally send your stock to the Jumia warehouse, and then when a customer comes in, makes an order, they're able to fulfill it on your behalf. You don't even have to do it by yourself. If you manage inventory by yourself, that inventory could be at home, or it could be in a store somewhere that is easily accessible, and when an order comes in, you reach out to that warehouse or that store, and then you send it off. Or it could be in a store that is owned by somebody else altogether, somewhere in town or wherever.
So in the spirit of system integration, we're talking about combining this system, because the border system has its own system that it operates on.
Yeah.
And Oduka has a system of people ordering stuff which you operate on, probably a lot of internet consumption and stuff like that.
Yeah.
There's a manual guy who just jump on the border, fuel the bike, and off he hits the road. How do you integrate these two systems together? When you order, Eddie Okile, the border rider in Kamota is going to get to know it now, or you still have to make a phone call, and then Edo Killer has to go through some police checkpoints there, dodging things at 6 o'clock to get to you. Some point is arrested, or he probably knocks somebody trying to run away from police. And he said, how do you integrate these things together?
Okay.
The story like makes sense.
So there are different layers here. There is your store, there is your warehouse, or there is the inventory, there is the ordering platform, which is your website, or it could be a marketplace like Jumia, Gigi, or your own website, or it could be on excuse me, on WhatsApp or your Facebook page or Twitter. Then there is the logistics network that can be managed by your own network of border guys. You know, my border guy. Or it can be a third party like Safe Border. You know, Safe Border has package delivery.
Yes.
Yeah. So that is a whole layer in itself. So when an order comes in, you're able to dispatch it through the Safe Border package delivery system, and it works really well. So you need to look at all these different layers and say, am I going to manage the entire stack by myself? Meaning, am I going to manage the inventory, the warehouse, the delivery system, the payment system, the website, all that stuff? Is it going to be run by me, or am I going to have certain layers managed by me and then other layers are managed by a different third party? You need to figure out which one to outsource and which one to manage by yourself.
So I have a question here, David. It says, somebody saying, Edu Killer, thank you very much for bringing David Okui on the show. I'm learning a thing or two from here. I have a shop in Tinder, and I sell second-hand clothes. I've been struggling getting clothes to my customers. But could you please ask David Okui to shed more lights on how do I have a system. A friend of mine developed an app for me to sell clothes, and is working for me. So I can put Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter onto my app, and it gives me information in real time. However, I have a problem alerting a border guy. Every time I call, is either has no network, or is in a place where I can't get him, or he's riding. Is there a system, or how can we integrate the system I have so that when a customer places an order like this to buy a shirt or something, for example, I sell a lot of workout clothes, and during the lockdown, people are looking for them. It was difficult for me to deliver on time because my border guy is always late, so I had to switch between many borders to try and get deliveries.
Yeah.
Is there a system that I can just do, if a customer ordered, I can integrate into my system, and then the border guy gets a notification immediately? Or I can have 5 borders get notification, 5 different locations, and each of them can pick depending on where the customer is. I would like to try something like that, like have a border in Muyenga, have a border in whatever, so that they know the location. Is there a system like that? How can I integrate this system?
Okay.
I think this is a very good question.
Yeah, so which I responded earlier. So he can use a third-party delivery network. Safe Border has a very good one. I don't know if
does
he
he have
tried
to
it.
sign with them?
No, he just has to have a Safe Border account, that's all. And then anyone, literally, as long as you're a Safe Border customer, you're able to dispatch a package anywhere around Kampala, and it's absolutely cheap, as long as you're within the radius of the
But how
borders.
do I start, David? I think the problem is that the information perhaps is not known to so many people on how to start.
Yeah.
Yes. If you can throw more light, yes.
Yeah, so
borrowing from Oduka, of course.
Yeah. So if you can just sign up to Safe Border, the same way that you can order for a ride on Safe Border, there's a feature there for delivering a package. Yes, Safe Border is it's just one of the very many other delivery platforms now available. But alternatively, he can also have his own network of border guys. Yes.
Which is what he's saying, how does he integrate? Semakula is
it's going to be manual, but it's going to work. Absolutely. Yeah. It's going to work really, really well. Yeah. And border guys, if you have a border guy or border guys, they are trusted. You know them, right? They are probably close to your area. They are around the neighborhood. Like, hey, Abdu Oliwa, you know, Ndiwano, Jangu. And then he comes, and Jagalon Twalireke order customer B, and then he comes and then he delivers to the customer. As long as you have an agreement with these guys, for my guys, I put them on retainers. That means that booked their time
every week. Yes.
Yes,
so you pay them every week
and maybe monthly, and they prioritize my calls. Yes. So when I call the guy, he's available. He's not going to give me stories.
So you've integrated them into your system.
Yes.
That's a system integration.
Yes.
Yeah,
so I hook them up with a retainer, a small fee, and then I pay them per delivery. And they're absolutely happy.
So what happened, David, if, for example, this border guy you've integrated into your system, let's say he gets an accident and the package disappears, or is bitten, something happens, the package disappears. Who pays for it?
So those are some of the risks of the business that you need to factor into the system. Yes, and probably this is where micro insurance should be able to come in. Insurance companies need to think about a product or service in that area. Say, we can insure your small packages for a fixed amount, for a fixed premium, so that if there is an issue during the delivery of this product, then we can offset that loss on your behalf.
Yeah, because when I order something from online, normally there's an insurance until that thing gets to Entebbe or gets to DHL until it gets to me. If it gets lost on Amazon, I just click and say I did not receive my package.
Yeah.
And quite often they will just say, okay, fine, and we'll contact the store manager or the retailer, and then we will get back to you. And in no time, they ship another one to me. I don't quite get to understand, but that's the system integrated with insurance.
Yeah.
It's another discussion altogether, because the insurance companies in Uganda don't seem to understand these things, and this is another different ballgame altogether. For example, I'm told that taxis are not insured by any insurance company in Uganda, because the risk of them driving crazy and is apparently too high, and they break. But again, it goes back to you and what you're saying. Lastly, David, as we wind up the show, of course, what is the purpose of creative thinking system integration for local products and brands going forward?
The purpose is increase productivity and stay afloat in business, and to grow. That is, the purpose of being creative. You want to stay afloat in business, you want to grow, you want to increase, you want to be relevant in the market. And every business, organization, company, government needs to have this system integration with creative thinking built in, so that they're able to continuously deliver products and services to their customers. Yes, if it is government, if it is, we have a lot of potholes around the city, how can the authority, the city authority, come up with creative ways to solve some of those problems? Because those are, excuse me, those are problems that plague us every single day, and it takes creativity. Or creative thinking to come up with solutions to solve those problems. Companies need to continuously use creative thinking to respond to threats in the market, to challenges, to respond to competitors. Africell got booted out of the market. Why? Maybe they weren't really that creative enough. But previously, these are the guys who introduced all these social media bundles and cheap internet and all that. You remember back in the day? Very, very creative. What happened along the way? So you need to be continuously creative to respond to competitors, to respond to market threats, to be relevant to your customers, to be relevant to the citizens and to the people that you're there to build. We had a lot of issues during the second wave of the COVID, with hospitals, they were charging ridiculous amounts of money to do COVID care and patient management. Where was the creativity? It wasn't there. So these are some of the things that we need to think about.
Wow. Well, thank you very much, David Ukwi. I think there was a last question which you have not answered here. How much does the app cost? You're an app developer. This is another problem altogether. People are downloading apps. In fact, this person says, Eddie Okila, thank you very much. Just one more question before you go. Can you ask David Ukwi, typically how much does creating or making an app cost? In Uganda, we have too many technical people like David who are good people. But the problem is they are very good at talking. When you give them something to deliver, they don't deliver. So there is not typically any app that works in Uganda. Can you ask David, how much does it cost? And does it cost a ham and a leg? Will it cost my entire capital for the business, or I can get it? You know, how can they make it easier for us to, you know, sound really nice when David is talking?
Yeah, it really depends.
Yeah.
WhatsApp was sold for 19 billion US dollars. So how much did it cost building WhatsApp? How much did they put in?
Yeah.
So it really depends on what you're trying to do and what you're trying to achieve. The cost is very, very variable. We have apps that are really simple and intuitive to use. They really look very simple, very intuitive to use. Kanoka WhatsApp, how much really? Can it really cost 5M? You know? But it's a huge system behind scenes. As you know, Facebook had to pay 19 billion for WhatsApp. As simple as it looks in your hands. But that's 19 billion.
Dollars, moreover.
Dollars, US dollars.
No, we're not talking about shillings.
Yes. So it goes back to your requirements, to your requirement as a client. What am I building and what am I trying to achieve? So if it is, he said he was a restaurant owner, the customer, they use yes. It's an app to help you or to help your customers make orders to your restaurant. Maybe, you know, that is very narrow, and you can sit down with a developer and you come up with a fee. It heavily depends on your budget as a customer. I think you've seen these memes of customer expectation versus customer budget. So it heavily depends on your budget, and then the software developer is going to look into that budget and say, this is what we can come up with within your budget. Yes. So if you have a budget of let's say 2M, the software developer or the agency, the web agency or the app agency that does that is going to say, this is what we can do for you within this 2M budget. If it is 5M, this is what it is. And then the other thing that people maybe don't understand is that building software is not it's not like building a house. A house, you come up with a plan and then you build it and forget. You're living in it. Maybe do easy maintenance. With software, it is an ever-evolving system. It's like an organism that is continuously changing, because systems change. You know, you have Android, Google developing Android version this year, 10, then you have, I don't know what. So it keeps on changing, and as a software developer, you have to keep on updating the system to adapt to those changes there. Yeah, so it is not build and forget. No, that app has to continuously receive updates in response to the software changes that have been made in the market. So you have to commit yourself, in other words,
to the process, continuous process.
Yes, the continuous process of that development. If you have the budget, then well and good. My best advice would be, first look out for the options that are available on the market. You realize, like Facebook, for example, you can create a Facebook page and then put your products there. WhatsApp has a WhatsApp shop. You can put you can create a catalog with your products, and you're good to go. You know, you have a shop, but the platform is literally developed by the existing Yeah, so that is zero cost on you. So decide, do you want to go with existing platforms, or do you want to develop something native from the ground up?
Wow. Thank you very much, David, for coming. If you look into this camera, we just want you to give our viewers that one thing, takeaway you want to give them. What's the best advice you can give us as a takeaway from this interview today? Building local content development, by Uganda, build Uganda, and how do we integrate our traditional system or rudimentary system into a more sophisticated system that is, you know, globally recognizable or can use the global platform to going forward. If you would just, you know, shed light on it.
Thank you very much. So this has been a very great talk show with Eddie Okila here. I would say that first, when you think about Build Uganda, buy Uganda, build Uganda. We live in a free market economy, so people are going to buy your products not because it is Ugandan. No, they're going to buy your product because they love the product, because there is value that they want to get out of that product. So make sure that you're building for the customer and that it meets the standard that the customer expects. Then the customer falls in love with the product and they're hooked. They're your customer forever. Now, they happen to be Ugandan, you happen to be Ugandan. Eventually, we are building Uganda. Yeah, that's one thing. The other thing is be creative in your business. Adapt to change. You know, look at all the changes. Ask yourself, what has changed in the past 5 years, or what has not changed in the past 5 years? That's also a very good question to ask, and then respond to that change or that thing that hasn't changed. You know, COVID has happened. There are a lot of things that have changed currently. People are now adapting to working remotely. If you're a company, you're still asking people to come to the physical office 9 to 5. Maybe that needs to change. Maybe they need to come in a few days in a week, you know. Now you need to change your processes to allow for people to work from home, even past COVID. So these are the changes. Your customers, you still want them to come to the banking hall? Maybe not, you know. Probably they can do some of these things that you require them to come to the banking hall remotely through digital channels that are existent, like WhatsApp, like Facebook, or even your website, you know. We have House of Talent here, it's broadcasting, and it doesn't have all the traditional broadcasting infrastructure that a TV station traditionally has. But here you are, you know, watching us, and you're watching us through all these channels that we have thought about and we are using. Yes, so adapt to the change, look at the things that haven't changed. If they haven't changed, then you know, build your business accordingly. Yeah, so that is my little piece of advice, and I'm also happy to receive some of the advice that you already have.
Thank you very much, David, and for that, and thank you very much, everybody, for being part of the Creative Industry Talk, Growing Bigger and Better today. We've been discussing, you know, local content development, focusing our discussion on Buy Uganda, Build Uganda as you know, a topic of discussion. And of course, David Okwi is the founder and the shop manager of Oduka Stores. Is an online, you know, business built by Uganda, Build Uganda. All right. David, thank you very much for coming. We're gonna have to let this go and spread the love. And please, there's this thing you guys always do when I order for products online, and then you say it is this much. I see it very nice. Then I say, how much? I said, inbox me.
Inbox for price.
Yes, for price. That needs to stop, because
it's not
we are
an
moving forward.
It's not an
So if I talk about system integration,
yeah,
inbox me needs to stop, because it's we are out. Thank you very much, and until next time, Creative Industry, Eddie Killer, David Ukwe signing out.
I've been in Uganda for very many years, and I believe Uganda is the place anybody should aspire to live in. We have good weather, we have abundance of food, we have abundance of employment as long as you look out for the right things. But Uganda has been hit in recent times with a stigma of greed, and it shows in everything that we read in the newspapers. It shows on television. It shows even when you're sitting down with people just trying to make ends meet. Everybody wants to bite off a piece that's bigger than what they deserve. That is Uganda's major problem in my eyes. If only we could curb the greed, if only we could share out that pie equally and of course responsibly, then we will be the best country on the planet. In the next 5 years, I really wish and hope that Ugandans can look at the bigger picture, can look at Uganda as a country, can look at their neighbors, their friends, and see that everybody needs equal opportunity. Because in the next 5 years, I don't want people to be calling me up saying, please, can you find me a job? I want people to be calling me up and saying, would you like to come and work with me? That is what I'd like to see. In the next 50 years, I don't want to see my child suffering. I want to see him prosperous. I want to see him with a good wife, with children, with a family of his own, living the dream. That's what I would like to see in Uganda. That's my honest opinion. And I'm Mark Kaheru, I'm Ugandan. What do you say?
Njagala engeri gy'onjagala Mukama, ngeri gy'ondabirira Mukama, njagala engeri gye wafuuka mukwano gwange. Nze njagala engeri gy'ondagamu ekisa kyo. Ompangudde. Njagala engeri gy'onjagala Mukama, njagala engeri gy'ondabirira Mukama, njagala engeri gye wafuuka mukwano gwange. Yesu, nze njagala engeri gy'ondagamu ekisa kyo, gye wanfiirira Mukama, ompangudde. Nze njagala engeri gy'onjagala, ondabirira Mukama, gye wafuuka mukwano gwange. Nze nno njagala engeri gy'ondagamu ekisa kyo, Jewafira mukama ompangute zenjagala engeri gy'onjagala. I love the way you follow me. Oh, yes, njagala engeri gy'ondagamu ekisakyo. Yesu ompangute. Oh, njagala engeri gy'onjagala. Yesu gy'ondabirira mukama. Jewafuuka mukwano gwange. Nze nno njagala engeri gy'ondagamu ekisa kyo. Jewanfiira mukama ompangudde. Njagala engeri gy'onjagala. Yesu jewafuuka mukwano gwange. Nze nno njagala engeri gy'ondagamu ekisa kyo. Ompangudde. Njagala engeri gy'onjagala mukama. Gy'ondabirira kitange. Jewafuuka mukwano gwange. Njagala engeri gy'ondagamu ekisa kyo. Ompangudde. Ompangudde. Hello, hello, you are welcome to the Sunrise Show, to the Sunday Rise Show. My name is Edward Trinomcha, Edward M. Trinomcha, and I am here to take you through the evening, the afternoon, wherever you are, the morning, wherever you're watching from, whether I know people in the US are watching, people in Uganda are watching, friends of mine, pastors, members of the church, I mean, everyone is watching, and you're very, very welcome. Just know you're going to be blessed, very blessed, as we continue with the show. I'm going to keep singing and speaking to you, and we shall have some things to discuss about worship, about music, about the music ministry, about the gospel, about what our responsibility is as music ministers in the world today. I'm not talking about music ministers that are in church, that only want to do their thing in church. I'm talking about music ministers that understand the mind of Christ as of going to the world, but with that music as you're preaching. Thank you so much. Again, my name is Edward Trinomcha. Welcome on the Sunday Rise Show. Thank you. My soul longs for and even faints for you. My heart and my soul cries out for the living God, for the living God. Incline your ears with trembling and tears of burning. Oh God, at the throne of grace to seek your face, I'm burning, longing for you. My soul longs for you and even faints for you. Oh God, my heart and my soul cries out for the living God, for the living God. Incline your ears with trembling and tears and burning. Oh God, at the throne of grace to seek your face. I'm burning, longing for you. I need you, I need you. Nothing, no place, no one else will do. I need you, I need you. You satisfy the longing inside. Ta-da-la, ta-da-la-la-la-la. I need you, I need you. 'Cause nothing, no place, no one else will do. I need you, I need you. You satisfy the longing inside. I need you, I need you. No one else will do. I need you, I need you, Lord, I need you. I need you, Lord. Oh, I need you, I need you, Lord. Nothing, no place, no one else will do. I need you, I need you. 'Cause you satisfy the longing inside. Oh yes, Lord, I found a Father in you. Oh, what a Father I found in you. What a Father I found in you. Always available when I call your name. Oh, what a Father I found in you. What a Father I found in you. Always available when I call your name. Oh, what a Father I found in you. Oh, what a Father I found in you. Always available when I call your name. Jesus. Oh, what a Father I found in you. Oh, what a Father I found in you. Always available when I call your name. Lord, you're always available when I call your name. Jesus, you're always available when I call your name. You are always available when I call your name. You are always available when I call your name. You are always available when I call your name. Oh, what a Father I found in you. What a Father I found in you. Always available when I call your name. call your name. Always available, always available. Always available, he's available for you. Wherever you are, just sing with me. Tell him, Lord, you're available, available, always available. Come on, just sing with me. Always available, always available, always available. Come on, testify with me that it's always been available. Always available, always available. He is always available, always available, available. You're always available. Always available. You're always available, available. Come on, just worship with me. Tell him, Lord, you're always available. Always available, always available. You're always available, available. You're always available. You're always available, available, available for me, oh Lord. You're always available, available. In the sunrise, you're always available, available. At my workplace, you're always available, always available. Always available. He's always available. He's always available. Always available. Always available. You're always available. And I know you are here. Yes, 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 yes. My name is Edward Trinomche once again. And you are at the Sunday Rise Show. Welcome once again. Welcome back from that short and brief session. I did that intentionally because I wanted to speak certain things to you, and if you notice, I was intentional with the songs I chose to worship God with and in. I am a minister in a church. I serve. I am a child of God. I am saved, very saved, and a soul winner. And I would like to talk to you. I would like us to talk about my journey in the music. How did Edward start playing this very complicated instrument? Very complicated. Believe me, I promise you, this is so complicated. But by the grace of God, how Edward gets to start playing this complicated, I know you can feel the sound, right? Yeah. How does Edward start? When does Edward realize that he can't play this? What drives Edward to play this? I mean, how does he even get to know that he can't sing while playing, that he can worship God while playing? Yeah, it's a very interesting journey. I am born of two people, a man and a woman. They're both alive. My dad, wherever you are, I know you're watching. Thank you for everything you've done for me. My mom, I love you, Mama. I know you're watching. Wherever you are, I sent those links and you promised, and I know you are watching. I can feel it. Wherever you are, I love you. I love you. Yeah, these two beautiful people gave birth to Edward. And my childhood wasn't that simple childhood. I was a very sickly child. I remember I had very many sicknesses. At some point, my nurse asked me, "Do you want to live?" That was our doctor at school. She asked me because I think she was tired of pricking my skin every time I was brought. So, in a short way, in a summary, I started understanding and I'm under the Adventist faith. I was an Adventist. I used to pray from Kampala Central Church, SDA Church. Those of you that are Adventists know where that church is. And there was a man named, I don't prefer to say names, but he's called Uncle Noah. We used to call him Uncle Noah. This man had every instrument with him and he knew how to play it. Well, that wasn't enough for me to appreciate the music and the instruments. But I remember one time I was done with service and I was walking into this children's chapel. And then there is this Indian girl, very young little girl, who was playing "Happy Birthday to You." He was really playing the melody. I was touched, and he was a kid. She wasn't singing, sorry, but she was playing the song so nicely, and in my heart I started singing with her melody. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. And on that note, actually, whoever is watching this and your birthday is today, happy birthday to you. It's a blessed day to have been born. Yeah, so this lady, happy birthday to everyone that was born today. You are great. Yeah, so this young girl was playing this song and I was so amazed how a little girl could pile up all those notes in her head and just download them on a keyboard. So she actually got my heart pumping towards music instruments. Until today when I talk to her, I tell her you brought me into this. Yeah, she's a friend, she's outside. So from that day on, I fell in love with the keyboard. I loved keys. I loved keys. So I played keys about P7. I played keys. I remember at one point, I only knew how to play one key, C, only C. Okay, I want to channel a little bit to the bad side of the story. My dad is a very tough man. He's very tough. And at one point, he really didn't appreciate me going into the music. No. He's an army man and he wanted me to do things that really put his legacy up to the top. So he never loved me in the music industry. He never loved me with a guitar. He never loved me with a keyboard. He used to complain every time I would be on keyboard, every time I would be on guitar. He would shout out his life and say, "Guy, go and study books." Even in VAC, I had to study books. So he was so bitter. At some point, he actually confiscated my guitar after he gave it back. But it was a tough time learning these things without the support of a father, without the encouragement of a father or relatives. I mean, nobody really got it then. But with time, I decided to follow my passion. And that's important for you. I decided to follow my passion because in the end, I had to do what I loved. I had to do what I feel comfortable with. And so I continued playing this instrument. At some point, a friend of mine invited me to their church and I did a special item with my keyboard. And that's how I met many friends, and I met a brother. I met a man of God who taught me how to play all keys, and it was so lovely to learn how to play all keys on the keyboard. So how do I get to learn the guitar? Because it's what I'm seated before you today with. if you know a man called Bruno K, yes, Bruno K, the circular artist, yes. Someone is bothered by that. Yes, I was taught my first ever class of guitar was by that man, and I love you, Bruno K. I respect you for that. He's an humble man, and he's a God-fearing man. He used to charge people to teach them. He charged them, I think, by then it was about 150K. I think it was around 50K. Yeah, and for me, he did it for free. Yes, I know you're loving this story. All right, I want to go for a break shortly, and then when I get back, I'll conclude my story, and we shall have a session with you again as we worship God, and I promise you, something big is going to happen. Thank you, thank you.
been in Uganda for very many years, and I believe Uganda is the place anybody should aspire to live in. We have good weather, we have abundance of food, we have abundance of employment as long as you look out for the right things. But Uganda has been hit in recent times with the stigma of greed, and it shows in everything that we read in the newspapers, it shows on television, it shows even when you're sitting down with people just trying to make ends meet. Everybody wants to bite off a piece that's bigger than what they deserve. That is Uganda's major problem in my eyes. If only we could curb the greed, if only we could share out that pie equally and of course responsibly, then we will be the best country on the planet. In the next 5 years, I really wish and hope that Ugandans can look at the bigger picture, can look at Uganda as a country, can look at their neighbors, their friends, and see that everybody needs equal opportunity. Because in the next 5 years, I don't want people to be calling me up saying, please, can you find me a job? I want people to be calling me up and saying, would you like to come and work with me? That is what I'd like to see. In the next 50 years, I don't want to see my child suffering. I want to see him prosperous. I want to see him with a good wife, with children, with a family of his own, living the dream. That's what I would like to see in Uganda. That's my honest opinion.
You have never failed. You own my days. Oh, you have never failed. All right. You're welcome from that short and brief break. I hope you have a cup of coffee around you. I hope you're seated with someone watching this. And yes, to complete my story, my name again is Edward Trinomcha, as it's flashed down there. And so, yes, Bruno K teaches me guitar, and though I said it's hard, trust me, you can learn how to play guitar. And believe me, when you learn how to play this instrument, it calms you down. It's something you can commune with God with. I mean, you can relate with. You play it anywhere, anyhow, and you can learn. You can learn. If you want to learn, just ask. Just write a comment down there. If you want to learn, just say, I want to learn. They will engage you. The team here will engage you, and we shall make sure you learn to the glory of God. If you want to learn any instrument, I must say, any instrument. Yes, so one thing I want you to notice is that no matter how much negative force I heard, I still followed my passion. And in that, God picked me. I mean, God chose me. I can tell you stories where there were 70 guitarists and they only chose me. Not because I play the best chords, not because I have the best voice, but there is that something. I chose to depend on God against all odds. You understand? So whatever you're doing in life, whatever you're going through, whatever you're facing, whatever mountain, no matter how big it looks, have a name bigger than anything. That name is Jesus Christ. So whatever you're going through, I mean, just find that heartbeat for God. Find something to do for God. Find something to do for God. I was talking to a brother and we were discussing and we were thinking about how people go through things. I mean, you can go through something that money can't solve, that friends can't solve, that nobody can solve. And you end up singing songs like, my only hope is you. And you're not simply singing that song because it's the song you have right now to sing. No. But you've gone through things and you realize it's only God. So whatever you're going through, listen to God. Listen to that passion in you. Listen to that thing that beats in you. Do that thing that you do and you feel your life is okay. Because in the end, what matters is not how many cars you drove. What matters is not how many houses you built, how many planes you used, how many journeys you took. What matters is the impact you've done in the kingdom of God. What matters is the souls you've won. What matters is that you served God happily. Because it says in the presence of the Lord is fullness of joy. And we live in His presence. Praise the Lord. So, if you want to learn, please just write something down in the comments. We shall sort you. Right now I will welcome questions. Any question about me, any question, people on my page, anything you want to ask, as long as it's in line with what we are up to right here. Yes, so I want to do a song And why I love this song is because every time I sing it, it reminds me that it's never me. Every miracle I've seen, by the way, I saw my first miracle in ministry as I was singing. I was playing a keyboard. I was playing a keyboard around Mukono area. It was a fellowship and everyone was out, and then, okay, the people were inside but they were praying. And the man of God tells me, I feel the Spirit telling me, you should lead worship, you should sing. So I start singing. First of all, my backups got slain. And then at that singing, first of all, my backups got slain. And then a deaf woman, this woman was deaf for 30 years, received a hearing. And I thank God for that. And this song, every time I sing this song, I remember that it's never me. It's always Him. It's always Him. It's always Him through me. Every minister out there, as you're serving God, may the pangs of your heart always remind you that it's God. It's God. And when you get that, no matter what hardship you go through, you will know that it's God. You won't give up. You won't give up. You will know that it's God. I will not forget you all my days. In every situation, you have never failed. I will not forget you all my days. In every situation, you have never failed. I will not forget you all my days. In every situation, you have never failed. Yahweh, 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 Yahweh. Yahweh, 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 Yahweh. I will not forget you all my days. In every situation, you have never failed. Yahweh, 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 Yahweh. Yahweh, 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 Yahweh. I will not forget you all my days. In every situation, you have never failed. Lord, I will not forget you all my days. Every situation, you have never failed. Do you believe it? He owns your days. If you believe it, just write a comment and tell me. He owns your days. He's never failed. Lord, I will not forget you all my days. In every situation, you have never failed. You're the God of yesterday, the God of today, the God of tomorrow. You're still the same, my very present help in time of need. In every situation, you have never failed. You're the God of yesterday, the God of today. You're the God of tomorrow. You're still the same, my very present help in time of need. In every situation, you have never failed. Well, I am sure someone is watching And this COVID situation, this COVID time, has caused more havoc than good. But I want to tell you something. He is the God of yesterday. He's the God of today. And He's the God of forever. The Bible says He's the Alpha and the Omega. He's the beginning and the end. And never forget that He owns your days. You own my days. In every situation, you have never failed. And He has never failed. In whatever you're doing, whatever you're going through, just know He owns your days. He owns your damn days. He owns all the days. I will not forget you all my days in every situation. You never fail. I love God because no matter how sinful we were, He chose to give Christ. What a love. In Ephesians 2, He tells us, while we were dead in sin, when you go and read, you'll realize it says, while we were dead in sin and trespasses, the Bible says in verse 4, it says, but God loved, who is full of mercy. But God, who is full of mercy. I mean, God is a God that loves the world. In quotes, the world. The world. He loved the world. He didn't love the church. I'm not saying He doesn't love the church. But His love was to the world, because then we were in the world. And many times I love it when we go out to the world and show people this love. We go out. I mean, I've been friends to Jose Chameleon. I've worked with him. I've worked with Pius Mayanja, who is his young brother, I think. Pius, the one you know as Palazzo. I have been in the music industry, but not to be influenced by them, but to take the love of God there. To take the love of God there. You see what I'm saying? So let's develop the culture of taking the love of God out there in whatever you do, whether you preach the gospel, whether you are singing, whether you are an artist of art. Do things that will pull back men to meditate on God's love. Because in the end, mysteries didn't save us. Love did. Come on, mysteries didn't save us. Love did. So, I want to sing another song. But every time I sing this song, the reality of Christ, the reality of His love, and how much He loves the world is made more clear. Is made more clear. Because, maybe just to say something before I sing the song. Have you ever wondered why not everybody is in church? Why not everybody is under your pastor? Have you ever wondered why Jesus didn't have a church, as in strategically located somewhere? And neither did He tell the disciples to go and build a building in the name of church. I'll give you the answer. It's very simple. It's because He wants us to proclaim His love to the world, not to keep teaching people who already know the love. And it's one of the reasons I play my music. It's one of the reasons I'm going to sing for you my song ahead. But it's one of the reasons why I do my music. I want someone to listen to the songs I sing or me worshiping, and these songs find them taking ganja, and they throw away the ganja and start worshiping with me, and that will be the end of their addiction. I want this song to find someone possessed with demons, and those demons can't stay. Praise the Lord. So that's the whole mystery. Why we are still alive with all the God we have, the demonstrations of the Spirit and the miracle signs and wonders, is that the world might know God. So don't separate a musician don't segregate yourself. I mean, Jesus was called a friend of sinners. If you think they're sinners, then your Lord was their friend. So you are better. Because the Bible says, we look unto Jesus, the author and finisher of our faith. So if he was a friend of sinners and he was fully good, how about you? Take that talent out there. Let someone be influenced by how you do your craft. All my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so good. Every breath that I am able, oh, I will sing all the goodness of God. He has been faithful. And he can be faithful to another person out there through you. Just tell them the love of God. With every breath that I am able, oh, I will sing all the goodness of God. Your goodness is running after me. Your goodness is running after me. When my life lay down, surrendered now, I give you everything, Lord. Your goodness is running after me. Your goodness is running after me. Oh, your goodness is running after me. Yeah. All my life you have been faithful, and all my life you have been so good, yeah. Every breath that I am able, I will sing all the goodness of God. I'm amazed that you love me. I'm amazed that you care. Through your precious blood I found pardon. Now my sins are washed away. All my sins are washed away. I'm amazed that you love me. I'm amazed that you care. Through your precious blood I found pardon. Now my sins are washed away, washed away. All my sins are washed away. Now my sins were washed away, washed away. All my sins are washed away. Sins are washed away, washed away. All my sins are washed away. Yes, now my sins are washed away, washed away. All my sins are washed away. The true spirit of worship is revealing the person of Christ, is revealing the finished works of Christ, is revealing what he did. Let someone listen to that song you're worshiping with and they feel liberated, because it's why he came. He says he came to set the captives free. and sin had held us into captivity. Now my sins are washed away. All my sins are washed away. Truly no as you are fair. Well, this song is saying we have a friend, and that friend is not like any other friend. He loves us. The friends in the world left, but he never left. He loves us. Thank you so much for following him, and I want to go for another break, and when I get back we are gonna worship God non-stop. Thank you.
I've been in Uganda for very many years, and I believe Uganda is the place anybody should aspire to live in. We have good weather, we have abundance of food, we have abundance of employment as long as you look out for the right things. But Uganda has been hit in recent times with the stigma of greed, and it shows in everything that we read in the newspapers, it shows on television, it shows even when you're sitting down with people just trying to make ends meet. Everybody wants to bite off a piece that's bigger than what they deserve. That is Uganda's major problem in my eyes. If only we could curb the greed, if only we could share out that pie equally and of course responsibly, then we will be the best country on the planet. In the next 5 years, I really wish and hope that Ugandans can look at the bigger picture, can look at Uganda as a country, can look at their neighbors, their friends, and see that everybody needs equal opportunity. Because in the next 5 years, I don't want people to be calling me up saying, please, can you find me a job? I want people to be calling me up and saying, would you like to come and work with me? That is what I'd like to see. In the next 50 years, I don't want to see my child suffering. I want to see him prosperous. I want to see him with a good wife, with children, with a family of his own, living the dream. That's what I would like to see in Uganda. That's my honest opinion. And I'm Mark Kaheru, I'm Ugandan. What do you say?
There is none like you. Come on, just worship God. No one else has touched my heart like you do. I could search for all eternity, Lord, and find there is none like you. There is none like you. No one else has touched my heart like you do. I could search for all eternity, Lord, and find there is none like you. There is none like you. There's no one else has touched my heart like you do. I could search for all eternity, Lord, and find there is none like you. I could search for all eternity, Lord, and find there is none like you. I could search for all eternity, Lord, and find there is none like you. When mountains fall, I'll stand by the power of your help and in your heart, oh hearts I pray that my soul knows very well. When mountains fall, I'll stand by the power of your help and in your heart, oh heart everywhere, and my song goes everywhere, and my song goes everywhere. Emi kugu je chibi jigude omulokozi wange Yesu emi tasanabyo nalawa yawetika emi kugu je chibi jigude okozi wange Yesu evitasanabyo nalaba yabetika emigugu jechibi jigude omulokozi wange Yesu evitasanabyo nalaba yabetika emigugu jechibi jigude omulokozi wange Yesu evitasanabyo nalaba yabetika evitasanabyo nalaba yabetika evitasanabyo nalaba yabetika evitasanabyo nalaba yabetika evitasanabyo nalaba yabetika. Now I worship you, I worship you, Lord, we worship you. You arose up in this place. We worship you. We worship you. We worship you. You arose up in this place. We worship you. We worship you. We worship you. You are awesome in this place. We worship you. We worship you. We worship you. You are awesome in this place. Creator of the universe, what can't you do? What can't you do, Jesus? Name above every other name. What can't you do? you are higher than any other God. Our God is healer, awesome in power of God. Our God is greater, our God is stronger. God, you are higher than any other. God is healer, awesome in power. God, our God is greater, our God is stronger. God, you are higher than any other. God is healer, awesome in power. Our God, and if our God is for us, then who could ever stop us? And if our God is with us, then what can stand against? If our God is for us, then who could ever stop us? And if our God is with us, then what could stand against? Stand against. Our God is greater, our God is stronger. God, you are higher than any other. You healer, awesome in power. Our God is greater, our God is stronger. God, you are higher than any other. Healer is awesome in power. He's greater, he's stronger, he's higher than the problem, he's greater than the sickness, he's greater, he's stronger. Oh, our God is greater, our God is stronger. God, you are higher than any other. God, our God is healer, awesome in power. God, our God is greater, our God is stronger. He's higher than anything. Oh yes, oh yes. As I conclude, my name again is Edward Trinomcha, and that's the very name I use on all my social media handles. Go to Facebook, look for Edward Trinomcha. Go to Twitter, look for Edward Trinomcha. YouTube, Edward Trinomcha. And I'm yet to release some music. You will have to know, because you're now family. You're now family. So as we conclude, thank you for watching. Thank you for participating. I know you're there watching. I know you've enjoyed the show. I know you've been blessed. For we love you, Lord. You are good. You are good. Bye-bye. Lord, we praise you. For we love you, Lord. You are good. You are good. Lord, we praise you. For we love you, Lord. You are good. You are good. Tukwagala katonda waffe, tukusinga katonda waffe. Webale nnyo. kandi turagushimira urakoze cyane Mana turagukunda kandi turagushimira urakoze cyane Lord we praise you for we love you Lord you are good Lord we praise you for we love you Lord you are good Lord, we praise you, for we love you, Lord. You are good. No matter what you're going through, just praising. You are good. Lord, we praise you, for we love you, Lord. You are good. You are good. Lord, we praise you, for we love you, Lord. You are good. You are good. Lord, we praise you. For we love you, Lord. You are good. You are good. Lord, we praise you. For we love you, Lord. You are good. Father, we thank you for this time. Oh, thank you for whatever you've done to everyone that was listening. I know something has happened to you. If you worship out there, please step out and worship. Don't wait to gather much. No. Get what you've learned and use it to the glory of God. Don't listen to critics. Don't listen to men that have gone before you that are despising you. Just do as you feel led of God. You can bless someone with the little you think that you have. Just go out there and worship. Go out there and preach. Go out there and use the gift God has put in your life. Lord, we praise you, for we love you. You are good. Thank you. Bye. Alright, till next time. Please keep tuned, keep loving this family, the Sunday Rise Show. We know you are blessed wherever you're watching. In case of anything you need, please just write to their pages. And we love you. I love you personally. Go and be blessed. Thank you so much. Edward Trinomcha, my name. Amen.
You're asking yourself, critical thinking. Critical thinking. What do you think that means? Someone will say it's deep thinking. In Uganda, kufumitiriza, deep thinking. Why is it important to think deeply about things, about anything, about everything? Why is it important? You will be saying mistakes. The reason why I need to think deeply about something is because I want to have the right outcome, the intended outcome. So we all live our lives in such a way that we have visions. Those visions is what you call intended outcome. I intend it, and therefore I work towards achieving it. But in the process of achieving, I need specific actions that should produce the results. But in those actions, there are also stakeholders, different people along the way. So I intend to achieve X in this much time, but who are the involved parties? And how do I navigate to still achieve what I want to achieve, regardless of the forces that are against my working? So critical thinking is your ability to arrive at what you intended with minimal costs. That's all. Whether in marriage, whether at work, in your progress, in your career, whether even it comes to innovation, where you want to come up with solutions, you want to create, it requires you to think deeply. But now when you say think deeply, there's another question that comes to mind. How do you think deeply? Because when we were in school, the education system is not designed to teach us critical thinking. It's designed to teach us thinking about whatever the teacher wants you to think about. So if your subject is math, the teacher wants you to think about math. And if it's English, science, think about what I've told you, then give it back to me in the same measure I've given it to you. So don't add your thoughts. Give me the thoughts I've given you, give them back to me. If you're 100% copy-paste, then you are smart. Then you pass that class, move to the next class like that. By the time you get to campus or to Makerere University or to a university or college, what do you have? You have a mind that is not actually used to knowing how to think about what to think about. It only knows about thinking about what it's told to think about. Then in the end, you're given dissertation. All of a sudden, they're asking you to think for yourself. It's the most scary experience, thinking for yourself for the first time at that age. You only do that for once. I think it's about, you usually copy-paste from Google, or you get some Bakuba or some experts to do the work for you, then you pass. Then what happens? You now graduate from college, from university, and you're ready to go in the real world. And so the first thing they're looking for in a job interview, they say, we're looking for people who are what? They will say it, they'll say critical thinking, they will say out of the box thinkers, people who think out of the box. But remember, you've been thinking in the box, but now they require you to think out of the box. They're looking for people who are resourceful, who can take initiative, who are creative, who can come up with solutions, things that no one actually told you. So critical thinking, and the book or the guide that I have written, is to allow people to have the tools, the mental tools, to navigate through their intentions and through the execution towards those intentions. That's the idea about critical thinking. So, we now know what critical thinking is about. But what are the tools?
What tools? What are those mental tools? What do I do? How do I think critically? Now, how to think critically is what I summarize as 5-dimensional thinking, or different dimensions of thinking that collectively allow you to critically think about something. And it starts with the first dimension. By the way, you know what the word dimension means? Well, dimension means something having substance and depth enough to be believable. Something having enough depth and substance to be believable. That's dimension. So we're going to talk about 5 dimensions, and the first dimension is always look at the parts, meaning everything in life is made up of parts. Everything, including your body, is made up of parts, little cells, and then they make up eyes. But also when it comes to mechanics, cameras, anything you touch, a watch, everything we see is made up of parts. So the first thing is to always look at the parts. But that is not only scientific, we also apply it in situations. Every situation starts as an event. One little event, second event, third event, then collectively they create a situation. The whole is made up of parts. So look at the parts. Number 2, look at the relationship between the parts. Meaning, how does this part relate to this part? If it's in a camera or a car, for example, which is also made up of parts, how does this car part relate with this other car part? That's how we learn to drive. You cannot operate a car unless you know the relationship between and. See, those are all parts. Now, teaching you how to drive is to teach you how to relate. The timing between the parts allows for the function of such a device to actually work. So you look at the parts, you look at the relationship between the parts. Number 3, you look at the environment within which the parts relate. In Uganda, otunulira obuntu, buli kintu kyonna kikolebwa obuntu obutundutundu. So otunulira obutundutundu bw'ekintu, n'otunulira n'enkolagana ey'obutundu. Ekyokusatu, n'otunulira embeera obutundu mu bukolaganira. Embeera obutundu mu bukolaganira. Can quick example? I'll give you an example. You imagine you've seen a beautiful girl. You're in a taxi. She's beautiful. You could say, yeah, she's beautiful, and move on. That's one event. It's a part. However, if you decide to stop the taxi man and say, stop there, and you walk back to meet the girl, hello, my name is so-and-so. That's a second part. Before you know it, you've created a third event. Then there's a situation. She's your girlfriend, but you're married. Oops. You're married, but you don't also have what? Embeera, financially. The environment is not conducive for you to add another part to your relationship that you already have with too many other parts. Your kids, your mom who stays with you, and your wife. Now you're adding another part, and you're creating a relationship within an environment that is not sustainable. You see? So you look at the parts, you look at the relationship between the parts, you look at the environment within which the parts relate. Now, what's the 4th dimension? The 4th dimension is about you putting yourself in the shoe of somebody or of a situation, then remove yourself. Then you put others in that situation, then remove them. Then stand back and observe how your mind creates solutions. Those are too many words. The simplest of words would be, think of what if. What if? What if this girl that I add to the part in a relationship of a new environment that makes me aside XY, perhaps if that happens, it causes XYZ, then what do? I get into problems. My wife discovers that XY is happening.
And perhaps part of the money we've been, as a family, comes from my wife. She has a better job than. Then now you have a situation where the other girl now is not interested in you. So it's now our thief. So before you start to talk to the girl out of the taxi, stop back. Look at the parts, look at the relationship between the parts, look at the environment, then say, what if that what if in Uganda is watya? Watya ngo mwana onandetedde ebizibu. That thought of watya is what causes you to be fearful, okutya, nootya. And then what happens? You let go, you stay in your taxi and continue to your destination. So what have you done? You've solved a problem before it even began, because that problem is what you call a situation that takes place after a series of events that you did not intend, but you were just acting emotionally on your feelings, and now they become a burden on you. And therefore your vision, your intentions, which is the fifth dimension, what do you intend? Mu Luganda kyekinyumenyo bagamba ogenderera ki? Kiki kyogenderera? So let's go back to our situation where you brought in a side friend into the relationship. So I would ask you, if that's the fifth dimension of intention, what did you intend? Wabadde ogenderera ki? Mu Luganda, the word okugenderera comes from the word okugenda, which is a verb. It's a doing word. The thought and action are related. So if you are seated in that taxi using critical thinking, the 5 tools, you know what you will say? What is my intention? Okwesanyusa oba mirembe mu maka gange. You see how that is different? So what if I bring in this woman, okwesanyusa, will it also add emirembe to me? If the answer is no, then ekigendererwa kyo si kyakwesanyusa but mirembe. Therefore, let the girl go. Continue in your taxi. That's a very simple situation that can turn ugly, and a lot of people's lives have become havoc to themselves simply because they didn't have tools to allow them to assess and achieve the intended outcome. Critical thinking, 5 parts, 5 dimensions. Can we repeat them? Number 1, look at the parts. Look at the relationship between the parts. Look at the environment or context within which the parts relate. Ask yourself, what if? Intention is basically your feeling. How do you feel? Because also feelings are feedback mechanism. And always remember